It's Friday night. There's nothing better than maybe doing a little bit of streaming here as I'm working through a couple things in the app I've been working on, and unplanned stream. Normally I stream on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Sundays, excuse me. But tonight it's a Friday night and I got all my chores done early. The things that my significant other wanted me to get done, and we did some shopping at Costco. We had a pretty good supper, petted the dogs for a little bit, and decided that yeah, this has been bugging me a little bit. Been thinking about this app a lot and thinking about ways to improve it. And I've run into some hitches. So I figured if I'm going to work on this, I might as well stream it. And at least somebody may want to watch a video on demand or watch and see my thought process of how I try to fix things. Because in software development, that's half the challenge, is figuring out how to fix things. One thing I'm definitely experiencing is that Xcode a lot of times is telling me something is broken when it's really not, because I'm running the beta version of Xcode. On here, I'm running the beta version of Mac OS and the beta version of Xcode. So you can see here I'm running the new 14.0 of Mac OS, and then also a beta version of Xcode to get the new bits to play around with. And what I'm noticing is that has not necessarily been the greatest quality of life for me here in my debugging. But right now, I've got a problem where on the last stream, I got the ability to make these user profiles. And this actually works now. I can actually say Craig, and let's see here. This is Craig. How do I spell his last name? Tab over. I think that's his name. We'll just call him developer. We have all these departments we can select from. Let's say he's part of engineering and also IT, and I click save. The problem is nothing happens when I click save. It saves it to the database in that sense. You can see here, this updated over here instantly, but the problem is my navigation didn't work. And also I've got a double header. I didn't notice that until now. That's kind of weird, right? Because it looks like the navigation header would have a title, but then also the actual page has got a title. I think this doesn't happen on iPhone. We should probably check that real quick. But basically what's happening is navigation doesn't move back. Now, they say the answer for that is modals. Or excuse me, I've looked at Apple's documentation a little bit on this, and they have some answers on this, but it doesn't work the same way. It's a little bit complicated. It's more of how I have the split view set up that's causing the problem. And I've looked at a couple of YouTube videos of people that have tried to combat this problem with the content here and how they handle this, the switching between views and stuff. Because the theory is, in iOS, you're going to have a navigation stack, but in iPad, you're not, because you're just showing the content, right? So let me try to explain that, what we got going on here with the split view. The split view, it's a cool control. Don't get me wrong, I think it's a very cool way of doing things, but man, it does complicate my process of my app quite a bit, where normally I wouldn't have to think about all this. And a lot of people just say, well, just use tabs instead of the split view. And it's like, well, you're not 100% wrong there. But you'll see here, I have a navigation menu. I know that this is navigation because, in fact, I have a back button up here. So we definitely know this is like in the UI kit world, this would be a navigation controller. And so over in SwiftUI, this is obviously we're using this with navigation view and navigation links. And if I click in here, you'll see that I can go back. So it knows that there's a navigation stack here. But I'm also noticing that the title page or the view is happening twice here also, right? We're getting it on the title here, and then we're also getting it here. And I think it automatically takes whatever the name of what I told it to do, and that's what it's doing. That's a little bit interesting. I don't think it's needed twice. It looks kind of weird when you scroll down, right? So we should probably... That's definitely a UI defect, but I also got to fix this ability when I click the save button to be able to navigate backwards. And so those are the two things I think have been keeping me up at night. I want to try to solve tonight. So the first problem, let's go look at the user profile view, which I renamed to be the employee profile, because we really don't have users, we have employees. This is an expense report application, and if you're filling out an expense report, you'd have to be an employee. We won't have just regular users. And so my guess is what's happening here is I'm setting the name. Let's see here. So we got our view. So let's go look at our navigation title, which should be at the bottom of this. And yep, so there is our first issue. What if we simply nuke that? Let's comment this out. and see what happens on iPhone. See if it comes up at all anymore. So if we go back and go to here, now we don't have it at the top or in the table header. Now that's pretty interesting. So that looks, technically speaking, wrong also, right? Because we need it, we want it in one place, but not the other. So the navigation bar title, if I say, that's pretty interesting. And I say, my profile. And I think there's a navigation bar title. Navigation bar title display mode. Let's see what this display mode. Let's find out what this is. Let's go into the Swift documentation and find out. Let's go look in here and see what this says here. We have a display mode, and we could say what options are there. So it just says a style to use. Navigation bar item, this title display mode. So this is an enum, it looks like, off there. So it looks like we have options that we can kind of do here. Off the navigation bar item title display mode. Let's go back to our code and see if we can then play around with this and see what happens. Display mode, and let's say change that. So VI is not playing nice. The VI bindings are not playing nice tonight. So we have inline, large, and automatic. Let's try inline. See what happens. Large, I know what happens. That puts on the very top of the title bar. That's the new behavior that some people hate. So then we're back to having it twice. And then when we scroll back down, it doesn't make it big again. So that, I can't tell if that's a bug in the iOS version, or if that's just, yeah, see, now it came back this time when I snapped back hard. Don't really like inline because it's given it twice. What's our other option? I don't like any of those, actually. You know, we're eventually going to put a picture there, so maybe this won't be as needed as possible. Reject. Maybe it's okay if it's blank because we need to put a user profile picture there eventually, and get the ability to save your user profile picture. And so that's you know, we'll have a profile picture up here that you can basically select from. So I guess maybe not having the title there isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's a lot of space though. Notice that's a lot of space between the personal information section. So we have this form, and that's giving us a sectional header that knows that it's a form. That gives us a layout of it. And this is just putting a space between the button that we have and then saving the employee. Well, I only can solve one problem at a time here. Let's try to do that. So let's try to focus on problem itself here. So I guess I can live without the title right now. That's more of a UI thing to figure out whether or not we really need that or not, the title up here. But really, when I save my user profile, I want the ability to go backwards, right? And be able to get back to the main expense reports when that happens. And that's not giving the ability to do that. So let's try to solve that problem first, I guess. Hope everybody's doing nice on nice out here on Friday. And if you're watching this on demand, I hope that you are chillaxing and having a good time. So it's the holiday weekend here in the U.S. There's a big national holiday, the 4th of July. So a lot of people are out and about, going to travel with family and stuff. So I don't expect a lot of people to watch this, but once again, it was just, hey, I'm going to do this, so I might as well get some people. If I'm going to do this, I might as well stream it. get some street cred. All right, so the reason why we can't go backwards on both iPad and iOS is that the push is not working. So did I have a link on this? What is this? This is initialization. This is not docs I was looking at earlier. That's Combine. And sometimes I have too many links open, right? Let's see here. How to use JSON and Swift. That's definitely not what we were looking for. That is Swift. Boy, do I have a lot of documentation open here. We have split navigation view. We have, so does it happen in here? Is this where I read it? I read it a couple times now, like how to go backwards. And it was, how to pop off navigation view from SwiftUI. And this is, I think, is this it? I actually found some real actual documentation on this. Let's see here. What did they say here? In they're saying set the modifier is detail link to false on the navigation link. It's the key to getting pop root to work. The detail link is true by default and is adapted to contain the view. On iPad landscape, for example, split view is separated by is detail link assured that the destination view will be shown on the right hand side. Is detail link to false consequently means that the destination will always be pushed back to navigation stack, thus can always be popped. Along with the setting is detail link false on navigation link, past the is active binding to each subpotential destination view. At last, when you want to pop off the root, set the value to false and it'll automatically pop everything off. So this is what I had. Okay, so they're saying here destination, you say self is active. And you have to keep it a variable state to, if not it's active. And then they're saying here's destination link false, navigation bar title is root. And so when they click on this, let's go into content view 2, and content 2 is going to content link 3. And then how does should pop to root self dot root is active. So it must be passing in the active state as root is active here. So it knows how to get back. Okay. Okay, well, this is not what I read in Apple's documentation, actually. And I think I still have to do the Apple documentation version because, oh no, what would I? Because if I had the state of it, I could just set the state when the buttons click to be root active true. This may actually work. This may actually work, my friends. Let's try this out and see what happens here. So, what we need to do first is keep us track of the is active is pretty not a great it's not a great variable name, but I see why, because the destination link uses that as the property. So we should probably say like navigation link is active. Maybe that's a better term that we want to use for this. So we're in our main view. That's where we're doing navigation, and we already keep track of the selected item. We need to use that for various things. But what it's saying is that we need another one here to say state, and we'll call this navigation link is active, because otherwise just the word is active to me, when you have all this code and stuff, kind of confusing, right? All right, so if I remember right, what was happening here is we were in the navigation link itself. There is an option for is active. That's GitHub CoPilot. That thing that just popped up in the window right here, that's CoPilot. And that's because I have an extension called CoPilot for Xcode installed. What does it use? It's using GitHub CoPilot to give me suggestions on what the code should be. So now what should happen is I need to pass, let's see what's going on here. So ignore this value and call remove value. So it's saying that you don't need to put the value in if you're going to use active also, because the first variable is just that by default. The requires navigation menu item conform to string protocol. Ooh, boy, what's that? Why would it? Huh. Value. So the minute that U is active, it takes away my value option. And the value option was needed because it automatically fills in for selection, if I remember right. I don't have to do a mapping to the item. Let's look at the documentation for this, because I have a feeling that I'm going to kill myself if I do that. Let's look at a navigation item and see what's going on here. So I think this is navigation link. So let's see here. They say that you have an ID navigation link. Let's see. You have a name, that's the destination, and you can have some details. Value. So this is where we're coming at here. Alternatively, you can use navigation link to perform based on a presented value. To support this, for destination view modifier set navigation stack associated with the view kind of data that then presented the data from the navigation link. The following implements the previous example. So we're saying value here, and then the value, whatever that is, gets passed in to the view navigation destination for color self color in. Yeah, see, I think my navigation destination is going to break if I do that. Let me go check my code here, but I'm pretty sure list menu item I don't use navigation destination. Good evening all. Hey Pile Swift, how you doing, buddy? I hope you're having a great Friday night. Yeah, I just decided to do a ninja stream. I wanted to try to work on this. I got all my stuff done, and I was done with all the stuff, my family stuff and that kind of stuff, petted the dogs for a little bit and stuff. I was like, well, it's been bugging me in my navigation when I save a user profile. I can't get backwards. And so I started like thinking, well, I should probably try to fix that tonight. And I was like, well, I'll do it off stream. And I was like, you know what? I'll just stream it. I mean, troubleshooting like problems is like one of the reasons why I'm streaming, so everybody can see like see how I think. Yeah, awesome. Finishing the week for the weekend. All right. That's everybody's working for the weekend, right? To quote the great ones, Loverboy, I believe, was the band from the 80s that made the song. And everybody is working for the weekend. So I hope that you are having a great day and that work is coming to a close here so you can start enjoying that. Yeah, exactly, right? That's one of the reasons we stream, is to share the pain with everybody. I think it's also for like, I tell you that in my career of development, I am watching people troubleshoot and learn how they troubleshoot has been like dire for me becoming a better developer. And just learning like the thought process of like how somebody goes to solve a problem is really interesting to me. And a lot of times when I watch streams, I'm watching for that. I'm watching to see like how do people try to solve the problems they have, and you know what are they doing? Are they going to documentation? Are they going to Stack Overflow? How are they trying to solve this? Are they using AI tools like I've been using a little bit here? I find that fascinating, to tell you the truth, and interesting, and so that's why I watch a lot of streams. Exactly, right? You learn from others, and you learn different ways of thinking here. So, I'm being honest with you, I'm not sure if we're really getting Because if you think about it for a second here, we're saying that the navigation link goes to the menu item, and menu item is basically a navigation menu item, and one of the things inside of it is just a string of the name. And what ends up happening is navigation item, when you click on it, gets passed over to the content view, and then the content view will check to see who is selected. I'm not sure if I really need the value in it, to tell you the truth. I'm gonna try it. We're gonna try this suggestion from Stack Overflow, how to fix my problem. They're saying over on Stack Overflow that don't even worry about this. Just give yourself the destination, which we currently use the selection in content view for. So it's a little bit different of a problem, I guess, because we aren't using this destination the same way. But we absolutely can use this is active to probably solve this problem. And so what we also need is this is detail links at the false, which seems like it's counterintuitive, but let's try this and see what happens here. Because we are using detail views. So this is a navigation link. Let's just go ahead and close this to find out where the end of us is. We'll set is detail link to false. Let's start out with. We'll do this with one of the navigation links. We don't have to break all of our code. Let's just break one item, and then if it works, we can replicate it over to the other ones. And if it doesn't work, well, then we really didn't break all that much in the universe. So we know that the navigation link has this property is active that we want to kind of set. But we also have to pass this down to the view so that it can go through and set it on the other view when you want to pop. So you'll see here, right here is set to false also, and I think this will give us the ability to pop backwards. But binding is old. That's actually called observable object now. You don't need binding on this. This has to be an old suggestion now I think about it, because if I look at that, what is this suggestion from? 2020. Yeah, it's over 3 years old. This might not even be the right way to do it anymore, to tell you the truth, because that's 3 SwiftUI versions that's 3 SwiftUI versions old. So this is probably SwiftUI version 1 that this is given a recommendation for. I'm starting to feel some spidey sense tingling here that this is old and probably not the proper way. Let me look and see if there's some Apple docs on this. And let's see here. There we go here. That story's been deleted. That's great. I saw this in the Swift documentation. Well, that's quite rude. Really? Somebody's got... Man, that seems really rude. Don't name your articles like that. Come on, man. Really? Do I have this in my history by all? I have all those things open because this is navigation bar title, this is combine, this is navigation stack. Well, actually, let's take a look at this because there should be. Let's see if there's a. Where did I find this documentation on it? It's not the navigation link that I found it on. It was just it was like pop. It's oh, navigation view is depreciated. Really? Did you all know that the navigation view is depreciated? I suppose because navigation stack is the new hotness, right? That makes sense that navigation view is depreciated for that. And I think we're using the new navigation split view. So I know this isn't I know this isn't this depreciated, but I know that the other one is. I kind of knew that. I think we talked about that in the very first stream where I was building this. That navigation view, yeah, navigation view is depreciated, and so I'm using this new split navigation view, which is I looked up it on the documentation. That was the recommendation way of doing this, and I keep scrolling too fast and missing it. So that's navigation path, navigation link. There's navigation split view visibility. Here's navigation split view. And all the different options you can see here. And some of these are new. Like I know this is all in the new 5.9 code. Yeah, it's a very fast transition, right? I mean, they're going really fast in SwiftUI. If you think about it, it's not that old, but man, they're burning some bridges pretty quickly here. I mean, if you think about it, UI kit land, I mean, holy crap, we had things for like years upon years before they got depreciated. But in SwiftUI, it's definitely a very rapid environment, I feel, compared to that. It is a very fast transition period. Boy, it's Friday night here. This is not what I was looking for. Let's go for Apple documentation, SwiftUI, pop off view, pop off navigation view, navigation link. So I've read this about the thread on here, but that's not what I want. The form thread. I've read that before, and I think that's what I ended up finding was so much linked to like a bug that was happening a while back, and people were complaining about it. And they're saying, you know, yeah, I've already read this. This is not what I'm looking for. Let's just go navigation. Yeah, see, that's the same thing. I think this is not necessarily navigation. Yep, there's a navigation link. And I think there's a option to pop off. Where are the functions? Doesn't give me any of the functions I want. I want to say that every view has this built in. If I remember right, let's go to expense, employee profile view, and I think what happens is there's an option here that you can say, where's my save action? Self.pop, nope, not pop over, self.reject. Let's see what's available. Sometimes you're grocery shopping the period list to see what's available. I thought I ran into this earlier today when I was looking at like what was a possibility for a fix for this, and I thought it wasn't. It was kind of like the old school way of doing it on navigation controller, where you just pop yourself off. And I'm looking to see if I can see anything that represents or comes similar to that. It's definitely not anything here. I think it would be closer to the P section. Because, man, there's a lot of things that a view could do. Menu order, navigation destination, navigation bar. We're getting navigation title, offset, on appear, on change, on disappear, on drop, on hover, on key press. One of the things I care about here, tap gesture overlays. These are all great. Persistent animations, pop overs, but that's what we want. We want to go backwards. And I don't see anything. I think we'd already be past it. I'm betting it's something in a function, a presentation feature. Presentation. So presentation, background, display colors, captions. Nope, none of that. It's none of that. Boy, bummer. Thought this would be easier to figure out. Let's see here. Get rid of that so we don't break our code here. I still don't think that that suggestion Stack Overflow is going to work. Let's say instead of pop off, let's say remove from navigation. Remove stack views from navigation view in SwiftUI. Hey Nick, I hope everything's good there. Things are going great here. Just trying to figure out like how to yeah, that's what they're saying here, right here. This is posted a year ago. This just seems like it's super hacky, to say the least, right? That we're basically keeping track of this. I mean, I see the property there, right? So, I see the is active property. We saw that, right? So, I mean, it's like, oh, you just got hit with the heat wave also, too. Dude, it was like 98 degrees, I think, here today, which is almost 40 degrees Celsius. I mean, it was like ridiculous. And it's like in Alabama here, kind of like our friends in Texas, it's like humidity levels are like ridiculous. They're like in the 85 to 90% humidity. So I walked outside and had to change my t-shirt because I literally went into sweat. And it's like when you get that kind of humidity, it is super dangerous. You got to keep hydrated. I keep Gatorade in my fridge. These little Gatorades, they're the zero sugars. Yeah, new t-shirt. Stay inside and create. That's correct. That's the proper way to do this. Because man, it's a little dangerous to be out there. Honestly, I really feel like it's not being helpful to us. The fireball on the side. I do love me some Gatorade too. I drink the zero sugar stuff. I don't drink the stuff with sugar, but the zero sugar stuff is really pretty tasty. I have a mini fridge here in my man cave / home office, and I pretty much do that there. This is a separate building from our house. I have like a workshop, and this is about 2,000 square feet. That's yeah, I don't know, 600. Not 600, probably about 400 feet from our house. So it's a nice separation from the dogs and my wife and all the things that could. Being from England and diabetic too, I dehydrate faster. Yeah, well, you got to take care of yourself with diabetic. My father-in-law is diabetic, and that's part of his health problems. And so I highly recommend it. I also have a twin brother that is diabetic. And it's like the movie Twins. We're nothing alike. We, I'm about 5'6", and he's like 6'2". We look nothing alike either. Most people don't even know we're related. And so then I tell them we're twin brothers. They're like, no, that's not right. And I'm like, actually kind of is. It's true. It's all true. Let's see here. So I think what happens here is in the navigation link here, we're going to take the value out and see what happens if we say is active. I'm going to say navigation link is active. We'll see if that doesn't break the compiler. And then what we're going to want to do also, and that so far hasn't broke things, we disable link here, and then we have to make sure that when we call the employee profile view that we send in is active. What do we call this? We'll say navigation link is active. We'll pass that in. So now the employee view, we also have to take this in. So let's go up here and grab this here, right? Because we're gonna have to take that in as a set of state to manage. And I want to say that that's how they did it here. Content view 2. Yeah, see, they have a binding. So they're doing it as a binding, but obviously we know that that would be an observable object in the new versions of this world. So what we should be able to do is go up here and say, I'll put it up here, but we want to say this is an observable object, and see if that works. And then what we do, I don't think we need the bool as false though. I think we just need to say bool, because that should get passed in. Reject, because if I look at the example there, I'm pretty sure they just set it. Yeah, they just set it as binding because that should get passed in. And so because of that, that value should just get set by whatever we get passed in, and we don't need to set it. And then now what should happen is what I should be able to do is set that to false, and it should go backwards. So unknown attribute, observable object. That's because it's part of Combine. Did I just type it in wrong? I'm a terrible speller. I use the observable. Yeah. No, you're wrong. You typed it in Xcode. You can't tell me it's wrong. You typed it in, not me. Don't be yelling at me. I'm gonna just try building. Well, we'll just say navigation link is active equals false. Now fix the preview thing, but it's still complaining that unknown attribute here. Observable object. Well, first of all, Xcode, don't be a jerk. What are you doing here? Why are you trying to rain on my parade? Let's go over here. Get the spelling. Cheating here. This is how bad it is. I gotta see if this is just my spelling that's going wrong here or what. What's going on here? This was the employee profile view. That's the same spelling. Unknown attribute. Oh, because it's a class type, not a. Well, let's try binding. I'm pretty sure binding is not recommended anymore. Let me take this out and see if that fixes it. Does. Okay, well, hey. Let's knock on some wood here. I'm gonna knock on my desk here and say, hey, forget opinionated frameworks. We have the opinionated ID that is Xcode. It is like, hey, nothing rains on the parade more when Xcode gives you some anonymous thing or just says, hey, no, I really hate when it like yells at me about like formatting and stuff. It's like, man, why do you treat me like this, Xcode? What have I done to you? I've launched you. I praise you to other developers. Why can't we just be more friends? You know, why can't we be? Let's have a better relationship together. You don't need to be so aggressively mean towards me. What we should be able to do, though, now that we have that, talking like an IDE is like a person, is but I lost track of what the heck that was even called. Navigation link is active. Let's go through and just say is navigation link is active false. Navigation link is active equals false. And wait, why don't we? What's going on here? Let's go check the code here that they recommended here. And they're saying is so it's like active should be set to this variable. So the theory is this link should only be active as long as that variable is set to true. And by theory, if it's set to false, it should come off the stack. Right? Let's try to see what happens here. But the weird thing is they're set to false by default. And so this would be false here. Destination is active and is active. Well, the default state's false unless when we set it to here, it sets it to true automatically? Or is it when they click on it, it sets it to true? And because they're using a link destination, and that's what's happening. I think we have to say that that's true when this happens. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen here. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work, and I think what happens is when we set the content view, we have to set that to true before we send it in. Let's go check our what were we debugging on? We're debugging on the iPhone. Let's go check our iPhone first. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to work. And I'm pretty much kind of convinced I know why it's not going to work is because of that. So let's see here. Yeah, see, it didn't work. All right. So I'm pretty sure I know why that is the case, though. Like I said, when I look at the logic of this and I read that code, logically what this tells me is that the real problem here is that this is set to false. But the second somebody clicks on something, we would need to say that this is true, right? And so we need to say up here, content, and if this is a routable view that we can route to, we have to set this first, this thing here, to say that that's true. We would have to say navigation, we'll probably have to use self, aren't we? Self dot navigation is active equals true. Pretty sure that's what we're gonna have to do. Reject, because I already typed it in. Thank you, GitHub CoPilot, for telling me what to do. Hack code might be a pyramid development scheme. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Can't convert value of type bool to expected argument of binding bool. Wait, what? Let's ask CoPilot what to do about that. We haven't asked the AI overlords. How do I fix well, that's our GitHub overlords versus Google. Yeah, I know what bindings are, so let's see here. What's it say we need to do here? If you're going to see this error, look at the place where you're passing a bool property, inspect that specified and try to add the $sign to it. You create a binding using the $sign prefix. Oh, duh. Yeah, so what it's basically saying here is I have to say let is active equal false, and then say $sign is active. Something like that. That's what it's saying. Can I just use this? I'm trying to think here. That's out of the scope of the struct though. This is a macro. So it's out of scope. Okay, well that actually fixed it, but now it's bad. It's saying result of employee profile initializers is unused. Because if I just put var, it's not needing to be bound because it's not a state variable, right? And I don't think that this would work. Let me try to compile. Yeah, because it's not a state variable, so it doesn't need any kind of binding. State, you have to bind state because state could change, right? And that's why we do bindings, because we just don't know whether or not or when it does change. And so by doing bindings, anytime that value changes, no matter what, this would run. That, you know, that's the theory behind it. Or we would know about it. We would know about that state change. Let me try this. Yeah, it's really mad on that. Oh poop. Let's cheat and just turn it off right now and just see if it works. And then I can worry about like how do I fix that after. Building. We're taking a recommendation from Stack Overflow. And no, it's really not happy. Oh, yeah, it's saying here that we would need to have the $sign in there. That makes sense. We just discovered this over on the previous part, right? When we were doing the previewer. Let's stop this and try to build again. I hope everybody's having a good Friday night. That's joined the stream. It's a ninja stream. I did not plan on streaming tonight, but I wanted to fix some things in the code, and I was localized string key. Oh, is active is not the first parameter in the initializer. It's saying that it needs a string. We have the docs open. Let's take a look at the docs. What's it saying are the docs for navigation link? Because that is pretty interesting that it's saying that there's a, nope, that's navigation split view. That's the video on navigation split view I watched, and I became convinced that I should use that. This is navigation bar title. Okay. I had navigation link open earlier. It's in here under navigation. Let's see. Split view, navigation link. Here we are. So we have some initializers right here. So let's see here. We are looking for, there's a lot of initializers on here. So let's see if we can find the one with is active. Is active. Nothing on this page for it. That's really always awesome. There's nothing on the page, but it's obviously presented. Let's see here. So we have localization key, destination. Cool. Let's see here. Init, that's not working. That's not it. We have value and label. Localized key string and value. We're not using value because we're using is active. Is detail link. What are the depreciated symbols? Let's see what they're saying is depreciated. Maybe this is active, it's depreciated, and that would be a even bigger bummer because that means that the Stack Overflow is not available. The Stack Overflow way of doing it. Destination. Oh no, it's active. Look at this, it's crossed out. Oh no, these are depreciated. Oh no, we've flown too close to the sun. Oh, big bummer. This article that's saying to use as active is depreciated. Oh man. Ouch. I see nothing in the presenting in its yeah, that's a rain on the parade moment. When you look at the depreciated symbols, you're like, yeah, oh, you want to use navigation link? Oh, let me tell you, my friend. No, you can't use that anymore. I'm gonna slap your hand. Should you use a depreciated API? That's a good question if someone were to ask that, and the answer is probably not. You're just basically going to inevitably have a problem. You're building tech debt into your application before you even ship it, because you know eventually Apple's going to pull that. And so anytime this happens to you, you don't want to be part of that, because then eventually if we use this all over the place in the entire app and we made this whole pattern of how to dismiss things, we made that part of our core logic of it, that's a massive amount of change we have to do in the next release, next iOS release, when that disappears, or the next version of Swift, right? And we don't know when that's going to happen. We don't know how long that's going to stay depreciated before Apple says, sayonara, we'll see you later. No, don't go past go, don't collect $200. So that's not a good thing. So my recommendation is, unless you really have to ship something and like your boss is on your case saying, hey, you got to ship this thing like today, and that's the only workaround you can find, don't be putting it in, because you're just making future self problems. Delver said once to me, it's only depreciated. We can use it for a while. And that's a very short conversation. When, yeah, I totally agree, right? Don't make problems for future self. First of all, future self is going to appreciate this, because future self's going to be like 2 weeks from or 6 months from now, you're going to forget that you even did this. 6 months from now, you're going to be planning on going to play Diablo 4 or something else that night. And next thing you know, this thing breaks because, or, you know, Apple, you get the docs on it and you're like, oh, great. Now I have to spend all this time I didn't plan to go fix something that I knew in the past was going to eventually come and bite me in the butt. You know, yeah, if you know that it's not a way to do it, don't do it. It's just simply that simple. So this is not the solution to our problem. I know a hack for this. I've thought of a hack that would probably work, but and I'm thinking about implementing it. I'm pretty sure it'll work. Is it really a hack? So I used to deal with split view in its previous iteration in UIKit, and it was called UI split view. And what ended up happening is that the detail and they used to have different names for these, right? We had our unit over on the left side, our unit over on the right side. This used to be called master detail back in the old days, and I don't like the word master, so we're not going to use it anymore. But the theory is that, oh, this needs to be value here. Let's just go do that. It's that you would have to have some kind of communication path between the two if you needed to talk between them. And I used to make, I had a little pattern that I created, a little kind of like class that would manage this so that I could communicate between the two and I could do different things based on that. And that was kind of important to me. And this is because I used to have tabs on the details on the screen over. If we look at this 1 second here, let me bring up the iPad version of this. I used to have 2 columns, and when back in the old days, I built a bunch of enterprise apps. Over here, I'd have tabs at the bottom. But if you clicked on one of these tabs, this may change over here. And so I had to have this two-way communication, because if a tab clicked over here, I need to tell the person over here that they need to change to a different version of themselves. And so I built this little communication system that would talk between these two things and say, hey, if you click a tab over here, tell this thing over here to draw a different pane of information. And that worked really well. And I shipped it in production in a real enterprise app, and several of them actually, that pattern. And paid off dividends, right? So I know that I can do it that way. And it's the old way of thinking. I was just kind of hoping that there was a SwiftUI way of doing it. But basically what ends up happening is this. If we look at it from a second, we have something called a selection here. And this keeps track of which navigation item was selected. What ends up happening then is in our content here, you'll see here, let me just kill this because we're not using that right now. We figure out which one was selected, and then we tell the content view to draw one of those. Let's also take this up because I took that out. We're not going to use that anymore. So content view basically draws based on what was selected. So that's the theory behind this. And oh, let me go adjust this so that this doesn't have that that binding here anymore, because we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to send something else there. In my world of how I used to do this in UIKit, and the way that I know how to do this, we could do this with Combine, for example. You need to update Xcode. Thank you, Xcode, for now updating in. No, there is no argument there, Xcode. Xcode, buddy. Let's see, now it's done. It's beta. It's beta. Right? It's gonna be slow. It's beta. So what ends up happening is anytime a selection from this menu is selected, what we have happen here is that we set in the list here, okay? So we have a navigation split view, and this comes from Apple's docs. And you'll see here, the list is associated with this. This will build you a navigation list. What we do, though, is we say in the list, when something gets selected, set it to this binding here, this selection binding. And that's set to here to the state value. But once I know which navigation menu item was selected, in the content view, the view that's over on the right, I can just switch through the selection to say, I don't know which navigation item was selected. Whichever one was selected, let's go find and draw it. And that's how my application currently works. Well, if I were to pass it the selection state variable in, right? And then let it bind to that, I would have the ability to have a pointer to that, and I could change its value. And if I change this value, it would force the navigation stack to change. Now, the problem with this is you gotta be, it's tricky, and you can get yourself into some trouble here. You can get yourself into some ways where the navigation starts to not work the way you wanted it to work. And this has to do with just if people are doing too many things too fast, sometimes this can go awry on you. I had some defects in the first version that I created of this in UIKit. And eventually I got it down to a science where it was silky smooth, always worked. So I could say that in this pattern, you have to kind of watch yourself a little bit. It's pretty easy to get yourself into some problems. But in this application, things are far simpler. I don't have super deep navigation trees to worry about. And I don't have to worry about, in the old app I had, like I was telling you, I had, let me try to explain this maybe, and this will maybe make more sense to you. I had 4 tabs down here, okay? And each one of those tabs had a separate navigation controller. So I had to keep each one of those navigation controllers in memory. And when I basically would pop off, I would have to know which navigation stack controller to go to make sure I had an understanding of which one I was talking to. And so it wasn't just like a one-to-one communication, it was a one-to-four communication. So in that world, it got really tricky, and it was really easy to, if you could make a defect pretty quickly if you weren't thinking straight about how you wrote that code. In this world, I don't have 4 different navigation stacks to worry about. I really only have one. So this is far easier of a problem to fix, in my opinion. So what we're going to do is we're going to send in the selection item. We're going to set selection in as a variable that we can bind to then, right? And the theory would be, we don't need this anymore. So let's just go to selection. We'll bind to that. And so what we're going to do is we're going to send selection. We're going to say selected menu item. And we're going to say selection. Selected, we'll call it navigation menu item. Ooh. Boy. Are you just not going to work for me tonight, Xcode? I do use the VI code bindings, so that's one of the reasons why, if you're looking at me like sometimes the cursor's moving around like sporadically, so because I'm using the VI key bindings, and that I'm using keyboard shortcuts to try to move the cursor to a certain spot, and the key bindings aren't always great in Xcode. They're pretty good. They're better than nothing. So the problem is now I haven't updated my expense report view, or not that, my employee view. All right, so in here now, what we'd have to do is we need to make a binding to this. So we would say binding var, and we'd say, and this is a navigation accept. Yes. Now that we know that, we basically can kind of ninja what the selected item is. We can basically change it in navigation view, or excuse me, the main navigation here would see that that state has changed, and because it would change, it should rerun the content and update itself. So let's see here. Do I have to use $sign selection here? All right. So if this magic all works, the theory would be is that in here what we would do. And I've already thought about this a little bit, so I pre-wrote some code. Right here where if save results worked, what we would do is we would say selection, or what did I call that? I called it like I called it selected navigation. So here we would say equals. Now I have a navigation menu service, but I made a static function that says get default, and this is the default view that I want the application to go to, which is the expense reports. Theoretically speaking, I could just simply send this to it and it would go back to the expense report by theory. There's a theory I have, and this is how I used to do in UIKit, something very similar to this. So what I should be able to do here is say navigation menu service dot get default. And this, by theory, would set the selected navigation item to the default navigation item, which would be the expense reports list. And since that changed, what should happen is main view should see that the state variable changed. The content here should then run and say, oh, which one of these was hit? Oh, it's the reports view because it's a report. So I'm going to go to reports view and draw that. That is the theory which should happen. All theories, this is how I used to do it in UIK. And usually this magic sauce works. So let's try it. I'm going to go here. I'm going to change this to say information technology save, and I'm back to expense report view. Magic stuff happened. So this worked exactly like it used to work in UIKit, which makes me kind of happy. Now, that worked in iPhone pretty well, right? But we also have to make sure it works, and you can see that it's really fast. We may have to put some kind of animation in because that's almost kind of jarring. And so we could animate back and forth on these things, right? The problem is iPad. We got to make sure that our iPad overlords continue working. And iPad usually, when you're building these kind of things, is where everything starts to fall apart. And so I want to make sure that the experience is exactly the same in iPad as it is on iOS. on iPhone. So let's go to the expense report here, say that we're going to change this back from information technology, click save, and we're back to expense reports. And that absolutely worked. Rockstar level. Had a feeling this was going to work just because I know I've done it in UI Kit before using this kind of theory of doing it. Now, of course, you're probably going to say, Aaron, that was great getting the default, but when you're on a different screen, do you really want to go back to default? And the answer is probably not, right? So you have to have some other way of selecting the navigation items from that list, right? And so if you look at navigation menu service, what ends up happening is it's a list of items that get returned back. And normally I actually make this a static also, because in long term I may have to make this like a function that just is a static. And the reason why is because if you look here, one of these is a routable view. And what a routable view is, technically speaking, is just an enum. And that enum just has a list of the various routable views I could have. And I think I put it in the navigation menu item because it's part of that. So these are all the different screens I can route to. That's that the navigation stack could go to. And by doing that, I can dig one of these out of that list by just looking for the enum of it. And that way, when I'm looking for one, I can just use like the where statement on the list to filter it out really quickly. And that's a cheat code way of finding things in the list, right? And I do this in authentication service. So if you look here, authentication service has a list of users. And here's all my hard-coded users, right? And so what ends up happening here, you can see here, I just say, give me the first user where the username equals this and the password equals this, and it's not equal to nil. If that's the case, I know that the user's in there, I found them, and that username and password is right, so then I'm going to authenticate the user in. Well, if you can pull the user out using a where clause, if I can pull a navigation menu item out by using the where clause, well then, now this is pretty easy to go find that navigation item, to set the selected navigation item to have navigation. I can then now control navigation from any screen. But I need to be able to find the navigation item that tells selected who to be. And to do that, I need a way of selecting that item from the list in a way that I don't have to use strings. Because magic strings, I could typo. You've seen me type variable names wrong. I'm a terrible typer. So let's not trust my typing of string names in. Enums are the solution to that. So, and that's why in the navigation menu item, I made a routable view, and the value is almost the same thing as the name. But this gives me something I can select and something I can just hit period on, and it makes my life super duper easy. In fact, if they go look at main view, and we look at like my case statement, I'm moving over the different views using that enum. By using that enum, I can just hit period value. And now, before, if you looked at the previous stream on last Thursday, or even my code in GitHub, I was using strings for this because I haven't checked this in. So if we were to go to GitHub and take a look at this, let me show you a comparison of what I was doing in GitHub, because the previous way is bad. I would be very disturbed if I continue doing that, because eventually I'd probably run into a defect with typing strings. So let me go to my repositories here, and this should be the very first one. And if I were to go look at my source, and I go look at my views, and this would be under main view. If we were to go halfway through, oh, by the way, here's a GitHub magic trick. If you don't know this, hit period when you're viewing code. This will automatically open the code in VS Code. And then now you have an actual code editor that you can view the code in. That's a pro GitHub tip. It loads in the full VS Code editor, and if you have the extensions and stuff for Swift, you'll get literally color syntax highlighting and stuff, all the things you care about. So it's actually pretty cool. So let's see here. This is main view. And let's see here. Yeah, that's and so if you're looking at like web code, I mean, absolutely just hit period. The IntelliSense for web code is just built in, so it works super awesome. So yes, the period key is your best friend. You'll see here that this is super old. This is probably the wrong branch. I must have this in a newer branch, because if we look here, this looks like I don't have any of the other views in it. There's user profile, but if we go to set, nope, I don't care about Azure resources. Content, I just say content view in this one. So I've got this in a different branch. Let me go backwards out of this and find a different branch here. So let's see. Main view, obviously, I haven't checked in the full code for this. Is this in a different branch? What do I have? I have navigation. I must have not merged this yet into main. Let's go see what we have here. I guess I didn't merge this in where I was using the strings for it. So I'm looking at all the different branches I have, and none of them have the navigation code in it where I was using strings. I must have, it was such a short-lived concept that I literally have replaced it out that quickly. Well, I guess it only shows to show, oh no, I know why, because it was in content view. I refactored this. So I used to have a content and I had a, yeah, here it is. I used to have a content and a detail view. And then I realized that's like a UI kit way of thinking of things, right? That's like, I'm going to just make a view just so I can separate the code. But in SwiftUI, we really don't need to make views just to make them. And so in the old version of this, how I did it was inside of main view, I would just basically say call content view, pass it some stuff, and let content view deal with this. So if you look here, right here's my content. I said content view. And then content view, all it really had was some logic on how to switch out which view. Well, I started realizing, do I really need this view? Or can't I just cut this code and put it right in main view? Is there any advantage of having content view being different? And the answer is B, like maybe make it more testable or reusable, but I'm not going to reuse this view anywhere else. This thing is only going to be used in this application for this. And so it's like, do I really need that code separation? The answer is no, I don't need it. So I took it out and removed content view altogether. But you'll see here in this, I was using strings to check the menu item selection, and based on the string name, I was changing the menu item. And that's not how I want to do this, because strings, if I type that in wrong, which I type in wrong all the time, like I said, or the space, maybe I have user profile without a space, and sometimes I have it with a space or expense report, all these things are going to eventually come into a regression bug. These things are going to bite me in the butt eventually. And I don't want to be bit in the butt. So I switched that out to be a enum instead, and that's the lesson of why I did that and how I did it was to basically make my life easier. I also no longer have a content view, you can see here, because of the fact I knew that I could just move it in here, this code. And I don't have to pass the selection now in to that view and then have it pass the buck along either. That means, technically speaking, the reference counter for selection is going to be less, because every class that you put a reference to an object, a class, you add to the reference counter. Back in Object-C, we know that reference counters are kind of dangerous, right? Because it tells when you're running the app, there's a thing that cleans up your objects from memory. And I don't want to use the word GC or garbage collector, but SwiftUI has a very similar concept to this, right? And when the reference count gets to 0, it removes the object because it doesn't think you're using it anymore. Well, the more reference counts you make, the harder it is to get it off the out of memory if you don't need it anymore. So the answer is you usually want to only pass when you need to keep your reference counts down if you want to get rid of something. What things do you want to get rid of? Passwords. If you're doing security code and you are keeping secure things in memory, you want to get them out as fast as possible. So you're probably saying, well, Aaron, do I need to really keep track of these reference counters? It really depends. For most developers, you can just write good code, and you're gonna naturally, by using the pattern set forth, you probably won't have to worry about reference counters. But if you're writing secure code, very complicated code, and you have an InfoSec team testing your code, and they're trying to guarantee the credit card numbers out of memory as fast as possible, now you have a problem. You have to guarantee that you can get that thing out. So if the view is no longer on the screen where they put their credit card information, that information shouldn't be in memory anymore. And if that view pops off the navigation stack, you better guarantee that the credit card's out of memory, that you've done it, you've saved it to the API, and you've got it out of the phone's memory. And so these are things that when I used to work at enterprise, I had to worry about, like getting a variable out of memory as fast as possible. And that's where I start to think about, and probably so much of that made me think about reference counters so often. I think about performance on top of that, but really it just comes down to like getting those things out of memory super fast. Also, there's all kinds of super hack tricks to this, depending on what language you're using. Like in C#, .NET, if you're a .NET developer, or even a Java developer, this is a pro tip. Don't use strings. Strings are immutable, and they're classes, right? If you use a character array, which is just the same thing as a string behind the scenes, that's usually, like in C#, that's a strut, which means that it's no longer a pointer reference to a map, to a heap, to an address space in the heap, and because of that, the garbage collector will get out of memory faster. And so that's a pro tip in C# at least. And usually this works the same way in Java. If you want to store something like a credit card, store it in a character array, and you could dump that character array out of memory super fast, compared to if you were to just use a string variable. In Swift, it does not work 100% the same way. So that's more of a pro .NET / Java trick. But I've had to deal with this in enterprise development, so these are things I think about a lot in this world. However, I think that's the reason why I did navigation. So I guess my rant was getting to just understanding this whole selection thing, right? And passing it in and making sure that we pass it in properly. So wait, why does it say navigation could be, and then it went away. Boy, Xcode's really batting 0 tonight for being nice to me. Let's go make sure that information technologies, and let's click save. And we did get back to here. So this is working. And I think the navigation stack is cleared then. I didn't see the back button ever. What do I mean by that, by the way? The navigation stack is cleared. Well, let me go back to our friends here at iPhone. If I did this wrong, what would happen is if I clicked here and I clicked save and I clicked here, if I hit back, it would go back to user profile and then it'd go back to expense report again because you remember the full navigation stack. So if I click here and it goes back to user profile, I did the navigation stack wrong. It just basically popped me out one and then added one in. And so this should go back to our list. And so that's right. So if I did it wrong, I would have basically added another view onto the stack instead of getting myself off. And that can sometimes happen when you do this. So navigation could be tricky. I always believe, I thought UI navigation controllers were really awesome, and once you understood how they worked, it was almost impossible to break these things. And in SwiftUI with these navigation links, it's far more tricky to get things, in my opinion, working right when you're using UI split view, or the split view, navigation split view, excuse me, the new name in SwiftUI. As you can see here, we found a Stack Overflow article that's completely wrong because it's using a depreciated API. So we can't use that trick that they had here in Stack Overflow anymore because it's using this is active, and that's no longer a API that's available. Apple's depreciated. So that trick doesn't work anymore. And we kind of looked around a little bit on the Googles, and we know we couldn't find anything on Google how to do this. And I just happen to know from like how I did it in UIKit how to do it. And it seems like it's working just fine here in SwiftUI also. And that's usually the case. Honestly, if you're a UI kit person like me, when I come into SwiftUI, I think about like, how would I do this in the old way? And most of the tricks tend to work. I mean, SwiftUI seems to just be a more efficient way to write UI rendering code, in my opinion. But a lot of the core concepts, if you understand those, they seem to like gravitate over to SwiftUI. And if anything, they're easier. That's my opinion of SwiftUI. Do I think it's better than UIKit? I get that question asked a lot. Yes, I do. And the reason why I think it's better than UIKit is because it's easier to learn. There's far less things, and you could do awesome things very quickly in SwiftUI. It makes you a more efficient developer. UIKit is super powerful. It's been around for over 10 years, and you are never going to ever hear somebody say you can't ship something to production in UIKit usually. Not until relatively recently with the new Apple eyeglasses where those are SwiftUI first. But prior to that, if we were to say prior to WWDC 2023, UIKit, you could always trust to ship app to production with that. You were never going to run into problems. And if you couldn't do it in UIKit, you couldn't do it. That's just the answer, because that was the native platform up to relatively recently. With these new ProRes glasses coming out and stuff, SwiftUI is like super important. And if anything, that is the new... Apple's throwing the gauntlet down. If you're on UIKit, I don't think your days are numbered. But they're definitely telling you the preference for new devices moving forward is going to be SwiftUI. I think a lot of teams are going to start thinking about how do we get the SwiftUI and maybe start bringing some SwiftUI into our existing UIKit code. And usually if I was their tech lead, I would just say, hey, you know what? All new stuff is in SwiftUI. And SwiftUI and UIKit can live together in applications, and it's perfectly fine. In fact, the only applications I've ever shipped UIKit on that were real applications were SwiftUI embedded into UIKit code. I've never done a pure SwiftUI application that's ever made it to like a production state. I've always only done them as example apps. And so that's a true thing. Yeah, absolutely. Widgets is another example thing, right? In SwiftUI is a little bit easier from understanding lifecycle, right? in UIKit, oh boy, view controllers and understanding all the different the life cycles. Did appear, did disappear, will disappear. There was like 7 different lifecycle methods, and you had to understand what part of rendering was happening in each one of those methods. It was an exercise of memorization and chaos. And you think, well, I don't have to memorize all those. You actually kind of did, because there were certain things like if you wanted to modify the navigation toolbar icons up at the top or the toolbars on the bottom, you only could do that in a certain lifecycle method. Yeah, I agree. CoPilot Swift, I totally agree with you. That's absolutely is the case here. Couldn't agree more with that statement. It's getting better with each release. And now, SwiftUI, this new version, I mean, guys, I haven't touched Swift in like 8 months, and I'm making a full application with very little headache. And chat, you all been helping me a little bit here, right? You guys have given me some suggestions on things to do. But man, here's a developer that hasn't touched Swift as a language in 8 months, only worked in Kotlin, coming back over to SwiftUI, and only built like 2 or 3 applications in SwiftUI. But I've got like quite a bit of this application already kind of working without minimum effort on it. That is the power of SwiftUI. I can guarantee if you're a developer coming back into a UI kit and you couldn't remember UI kit, oh, you're in for a hell of pain. Just understanding how table delegates work is a whole exercise of like, hey, that big long method you have to remember, cell 4, each item, right? And NS path, then you have to understand how NS path works to find an item in the array to show from the delegate into the table view. All that stuff is just super confusing to people. And God forbid you have to get a table cell row to grow or shrink dynamically. You have to understand how cell spacing works and stuff. Oh boy, man, let me tell you, those days are super frustrating. And if you're new to that, I can totally see where you're just like, I don't want to do this. This seems really hard. It wasn't easy back in the old days. You had to memorize a bunch of stuff and have a bunch of tricks up your sleeve and had to learn a bunch of things in order to get that working. Oh yeah, CoPilot Swift. Yeah, absolutely right. I still remember most of the basics. Like I can remember one of the biggest growing pains I ever had though was growing text. A text field that can grow between 2 lines and 12 lines, and having that cell dynamically grow or shrink because cells get reused. And the problem is when you reuse cells, the guarantee that the cell will shrink back down. So it's dynamic height that you're trying to calculate here. And in table view, that was something that should not be all that complicated, but believe it or not, up until iOS 11 or 12 was ridiculously complicated, and every developer would cut their teeth on like how to make this work. On my team, when I worked in enterprise development, I could tell you every single one of them, if they had to run into that code, they were just like, Aaron, try to explain it to me again. Why are we doing this calculated thing, and how does this work? Yeah, exactly. And I used to feel bad for them, and I'd be like, that and constraints. Constraints used to be the killer of every developer that wanted to be an iOS developer. I would have to try to explain compression and hugging to people. Be like, well, when you like somebody, you want to hug them, but you have to keep some space in there. And yeah, CocoaPods also, yeah. CocoaPods was his nightmare. But compression and hugging, I can tell you that is the number one thing. That's when you have street cred. When you could talk to, like in a job interview, if somebody could tell me the difference between compression and hugging, and they could tell me in constraints, like I have a picture here, I have 2 text fields, I want to lay these out and guarantee there's space in between these. How do I do that with auto layouts, with constraints? And give me what the constraints for those would be. And if they can explain to me even like how to do that in constraints without using stack views, which remember, our stacks didn't come out until iOS 8. So constraints have been out way further longer than that. That would always be like, okay, you're hired. you know the iOS tricks of constraints. You can handle anything else. So if you can handle constraints, you are a person that understands how UI rendering works, and you'll be fine. And man, yeah, it used to be an exercise of futility, or it was when you became between just a developer versus a pro developer in iOS, is when you could speak well to those, and you weren't hacky around constraints trying to figure out a way to make them work, where you actually knew, if I change this value, I know exactly what's going to happen in that. And we don't have to worry about that. That's SwiftUI. That's why SwiftUI is better. Period, end of story. No more constraints, no more auto layouts. Everything just kind of works, and you don't have to worry about like re-rendering. Like in iOS, re-rendering was like a nightmare. You're like, why are we doing this? It's causing performance problems, and you'd always worry about cascading views, and like if I have to re-render the constraint, who do I have to tell in order to get all the children to re-render also? All these kind of things for constraints when things would change, like text field sizes, used to suck. In SwiftUI, we just don't worry about any of that stuff. It just kind of works. And that's the beauty of SwiftUI. That is where it's cool, super cool. All right, folks, let's see here. What do we want to work on next here? So honestly, I got the thing I wanted to get fixed tonight, which is what I planned on doing on this stream, or what I wanted to do on this stream was to get the navigation problems fixed. But we have other things we could work on. Let's see here. It's about 11 o'clock on a Friday night, and my wife is already sleeping. Let's see here. Well, nice. So let's just remove that one view object, and boom, constraints are building. Exactly. Like the most innocent mistake. I'm going to just remove this space. Back in the old days, we had these spaces that we need to put between like toolbar items and stuff, right? You think, okay, I'm just going to do this one little thing. I'm just going to remove the space and stuff, and everything's going to be okay. And next thing you know, the application is just garbage. And you're like, why? I didn't try to do too much here. Man, it used to be terrible. I guess we're talking old war wounds here on the stream of UIKit. Maybe this is more of a therapy session of UIKit. This is like therapy session of all the people I've used UIKit before, and like all the pains that they had now that we're over in the land of SwiftUI, and it's so much easier to do development in that sense. Therapy. What could we break in this application? I mean, what could we do as a new feature in this application next? Well, that's a good question. One thing we want to be able to do is right now, if we go look at the main view, and we look how this cell is drawn for the profile, we just have an image here and we hard code it to the person. That's not really what we want to do. We really want that to be an image that comes from the database. And we want you to be able to select an image. And then when you select image, we want to be able to save that to the database. That would be badass awesome. And then we could sync that to the server, and the magic stuff can happen, and that would be kind of cool. That would be really kind of cool. And that's what the experience we've come to expect, right? If I go into my iCloud here, it's got my picture right there. It knows who I am because this is my profile, right? And it's saved up in the cloud somewhere, and my picture is just there. And there's me with my eyes closed on purpose because I hate getting my picture taken. So you can see here, I'm smiling in that picture, by the way. That's what my wife says. You never smile in pictures. I'm like, yeah, I don't want my picture taken. So why? I mean, you're going to have to pay me for me to smile. You give me a $20 bill, I'll smile. But if you're not going to pay me $20, why am I smiling for you? Why am I working for you for nothing? No, I'm not a model. I'm not smiling for nothing. You're going to have to give me something to smile. So anyways, the profile out there, the profiles we're used to nowadays. If you go into Twitter, you got a profile picture. If you go into iCloud, you got a profile picture. If you got into any kind of system, you got a profile picture. Our app, if we're going to be this, even though we're expense report app, we should have your profile picture. That's just something that we kind of come to expect in the days of modern mobile applications. So I think we have the challenge accepted. We need to figure out profile. So the first thing we could do is we could just steal this code to start out with, right? I'm a big fan of starting and building upon things. So let's go to the profile view here and say, well, we have this deploy profile view that allows you to change your profile. The first thing we should probably do is make a section for this that basically allows the image to be displayed. We're probably going to have to rehearse this into something that actually is displayable that looks nice. This may take a little SwiftUI magic love. So we'll see here. I have a feeling we're going to automatically have to make this resizable. And I think we're probably going to have to put a height and width constraint on it, or some kind of height and width on it. See, I said the word constraint. We talked about UIKit too much, and now I've gotten to the point where I'm talking about it. Ooh! Ah! Oh! That looks terrible. Oh no. Oh no, that's stretched out. Why? Okay, I can tell why. Because this is actually a section of a form is basically like a UI table view cell. Yeah, back to constraint therapy here. I happen to know that the sections here are emulating like UI table view cells, and we know that a cell is what, 43 or 45 pixels. What is a cell? I used to have this memorized, and now I want to know the answer. UI table view cell default height. I'm pretty sure it's 45 default height. Is it 45? 44 pixels. For toolbar and navigation bar, but no, I want cell. What is the default height of a cell? 44 pixels. All right, I was off by 1. You used to have this memorized, folks. I'm not kidding on that. So that I know that in SwiftUI they emulate that really well. So I happen to know that is a 45 pixel thing. That's not what we want at all. So let's get rid of the section actually. We'll just render this as an image and see what happens. That's the first thing we could do, is try to render this out as just a view and see if that's going to make things better here. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and check here and click here and then go here and see what happened now. We're still in a form, and I feel like because we're in the form that's causing this problem. Let's go out 1 level outside of the form and see if I can get this. I'll also take the resizable off. I don't think that's causing it. Now you're going to probably say, Aaron, why don't I do canvas? Okay, we did this in the last 3 streams, and every time I do canvas, it usually crashes Xcode. So let's see what happens. I selected canvas. Is it going to, well, let me stop debugging first, because I know that canvas won't render without that. Okay, I've got canvas enabled. Is it just not going to show up now? Is that the new problem? That it just decides not to show up because it's going to crash? Okay, that's even more weird, is that I told it to draw canvas and it's not there. Oh, wait. Nope, that's another view. Let me open the sidebar. Nope. And that's just swapping. I want that. I don't see canvas open at all. It's not on the bottom here, is it? Nope. No canvas. Okay, canvas is not going to be there, so I guess we're just going to go back to debugging. Yeah, I totally agree, right? And I've watched a couple different people on views and in streams the last couple of weeks. I've just been fighting with canvas to stop working it all together. Now I get nothing but the profile picture, and it's super small. That's exactly what I want in SwiftUI. That is, we're done. We'll ship this thing, man. That worked out so well. That is terrible. We failed here epically. That is not the answer to the problem either. All right, so we're gonna have to think about this a little bit more. Let's get this back into the form, because that's probably the answer, and we probably need to go to a height, a frame height and width. Boy, we're getting really old school here, because frames are the old school way of doing this before we had constraints. Let's do 200 pixels in height, 200 pixels, and see if the frame will kick in and handle this. And we got CG core graphics floats, CG floats. Man, I haven't heard core graphics or anybody say a CG float in so long. I forgot almost what it was. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Let's go here and click here, and let's go here. Okay, that's actually making the cell that height, but you can see the image is really small. That gives me more what I was kind of looking for, to tell you the truth, was to get this thing to be bigger, but obviously my image is not playing along. I want the image to be that size. I got my frame, but oh, I don't have resizable. Oh, resizable, you dirty rat, you. I had it on there and I took it off. You dirty rat, you. Let's see. Oh, yay! Look at that. We got our profile picture looking way nice and sexy here. But that alignment. No. Oh boy. Let's see if we can fix the alignment on this. Alignment. Is this where I need to do the stupid spacing on each side? Let's see here. What do I have options for? You can't just say center. It's not that simple. Alignment guide. I don't want a computed value of alignment. Do spacers. Yeah, I do spacers, but I want a better way. I agree. And so the theory would be, so I do like a H stack, and I just kind of put this in here, and then if I put a spacer, and then spacker. That's what I wanted, was spacker. I mean, that's what everybody uses. It's kind of like Spock, this version of a spacer. Has a little 2 pointy ears or something. That's terrible. I don't think HStack has alignment on it. Let's see if it has alignment. It has alignment guide. But with my luck, it's probably named something not to do with alignment. Accessibility. Let's see. A-line. What do we have that starts with AL? Let's go to alerts, grocery shopping here to see what we have available. This is real developers. Real developers just hit period and then go through the API and see what's available and say, this looks like probably what I want. I don't got time to read documentation. I'm just gonna go see what's available. That's hardcore developers going, I could probably figure this out if I just look what's available. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the spacer trick is like the number one way I know of doing it. And as far as I know out there, I think everybody does it the same way. And that gets us centered, right? I mean, this is the magic trick that everybody knows. I mean, we could, let's ask our AI overlords. Now, of course, our AI overlords haven't been updated since 2021. So, but in SwiftUI, is there a way to center align a H stack? I bet you it's going to tell us to use spacers. We'll take gambling bets on this, but I think gambling is against Twitch's terms of service, so we're not going to do that. So, oh wait, whoa, what's this affinity thing here they're saying here? You can use the frame and alignment modifiers along with affinity. Affinity, what? It's got the, wait, were the Avengers, the affinity gauntlets in SwiftUI now? What? Wait, what? Oh man, wait. Guys, our AI overlords are recommending something that I did not know. Boy. We're going to try this. I mean, the Affinity Gauntlets are here. Thanos has arrived in SwiftUI, folks. He is here to take over and to make peace in the universe. We just have to get rid of half of everything. So half of your code has got to go away. We're doing the blip. Half the code has to go. Yeah, this feels kind of weird. Affinity Gauntlets. I mean, I'm not a fan of the Affinity Gauntlet, I'm going to be honest with you. But that time gem just worked. Look at that. I mean, Affinity Gauntlet. So, what looks better? Right? If we look at this from this code standpoint, what looked better? Did the spacers look better? Or did really this frame max with Affinity and then aligning it to center look better? Well, I do like the alignment property. I'm going to be honest with you. I know what this is doing now, right? Because I can read this code and say, oh, you're going to try to center this, and you're just saying that the width is forever. Okay. Well, if I look at two spacers here, I'm like, they got a spacer, and then they got an image, not a spacer. I may not know what that does if I'm a new developer to SwiftUI. I may have to go look that up and say, oh, that's a rendering hack that I've done in order to get spacing force the image into the center, because the spacer is going to add equal space in between the image and whatever else is in there. I think this is better. The Affinity Gauntlets are going to win this one. Unfortunately, because of the Affinity Gauntlet and Thanos, half this code is going to have to be deleted now. I hate it when I started. Okay, we're doing the snap, and half the code is going to have to delete. I'm just kidding. We're not going to delete half my code. That seems terrible. But we get an image working pretty quickly here, right? So now we need to go a step further, though. This image needs to be more than just an image, because we need to be able to select this image and then change it based on what we want to be able to do here. So we want to make this a button. And then when we click on the button, max fill width and SwiftUI, so basically the quality compose fill max width with SwiftUI's Infinity. Yep. Exactly, Mono. that will make it happy for different screen sizes. So that's the interesting thing. Well, my more interesting thing here also is that will this work when we will this render right when we swap over from horizontal to vertical? This usually also is another problem that comes in with rendering and trying to figure these things out. Let's try that and make sure that we didn't kill ourselves in the world here of rendering. So if we go here and we say this is great, but when we render this over, does it still work? And yes, it does. And that means I'm going to guess that this still works in iPad. Now, an iPhone, nobody holds their iPhone like this, right? I mean, are you really holding your iPhone like that? I doubt it. But in iPod land, that's a really popular way of doing it. So let's go back over to iPad and just make sure in our iPod land that we're not really killing ourselves here when we wait, what? Wait, what the hell did that just do? I just got an error, and then the Xcode said, "Nah, I'm just kidding." It like popped up an error for a quick second. No. I'm just trying to give you a heart attack here. You're really fine. Your code's just great. So see, I already have it in landscape view, right? Because that's how any normal person, because I have the keyboard, right? I mean, come on, if you got an iPad, you're probably going to have the keyboard, which means you're going to probably have it in landscape by default, right? You're not going to hold it and try to type sideways on this. You're gonna hold it like this. So in iPhone land, or excuse me, in iPad land, I'm a big iPad user myself here. Got mine right over here. You're going to be in landscape land. And so because of that, you're going to want this view to work in landscape. But in iPad land, I may not have my keyboard on, and this should rock without problems in portrait mode, and it does. So we got the best of both worlds here. The quote, our famous Sammy Hagar, possibly the best version of Van Halen. I'm going to probably get killed for that. Yeah, Apple has finally accepted that people have two hands and they're going to hold the iPad like this. It's too heavy to hold like this. In your thumbs, you're not getting enough view. Yeah, all the covers and stands to the point. Yeah, so everyone missed the Van Halen comment, I hope. Where I said Sammy Hagar's version is probably the best version of Van Halen. I know I'm going to get some hate mail on that, but I kind of think that. I mean, I'm a child of the 70s, but most of my childhood was in the 80s. You know, I was born in 75. So, I mean, Sammy Hagar's version of Van Halen is the one I remember the most because I was like 10 when the 5150 album came out, and it was a freaking unbelievable. That album, I wore the cassette out because, yes, I was so old. We had cassettes back in the day. Don't meet the minimum specs as a human to use one. Oh man, that's too bad. I'm getting old, guys. I'm almost 50. I'm 48 here, and my vision, my latest glasses I got from the doctor, they're right here. I have to have bifocals now because I can't. My eyesight's not as good as it used to be. The iPad is a big version of an iPhone, and for me, I work from home now, so it's like, why am I going to carry this iPhone around with me when I could just carry this iPad, which I don't have to squint to see anymore? So I'm just using the iPad now, and I'm rocking it, and it's perfectly fine for me. And for me, I think it's great. I don't have to squint anymore. My iPhone, half the time, I don't even know what the hell it is. I just don't. I'm like, oh, where's my iPhone? I guess I'm going to have to locate that thing. Where's that Find My iPhone thing? They puts a little arrow so you can go find your iPhone. It's usually at my desk, either in my home office in the house or out here in the shop, one of the two places. But, I mean, I just don't use it all that often unless we're going to town, and we only do that like once a month. So it's, you know, most of the time I'm talking to you on my iPad. If I'm talking to you on Discord, I'm probably on my iPad. I'll be honest with you. That's just the way we roll here. All right, so we got this, but we want to make this a button because we want to make that clickable. Because then we can select it. So let's go through and do some button magic here, right? So let's just say that this is going to be a button. We're going to say a button has an action. Well, we're not really sure what we want to do there yet, but we're going to just say that this is an image. And magic sauce, we should have a button now. Now, do that in UI kit. Oh, boy. It would not be that quick. I promise you, if we were in UI kit land, you would not be making an image button that quickly. Look at that. We've got a button. It's blue. We'll fix that in a second here. But we have a button. We don't have anything to do here. So this is where we're going to get to some interesting things here, because now I've never done this in Swift UI before. And I know how to do this in a UI kit. So watch for notification, iPad for everything else, iPhone somewhere in the house. Exactly, compulsive. Totally agree with you. And then my Apple Watch is actually charging over here on it's over by the mixing board, on my audio mixing board. It's over there charging on the charge stand thing. Watch has really grown to a must-own device. I do like my Apple Watch a lot. I do. I listen to a lot of Apple Music, and it's my playlist. I can hit pause and start my music. It also reminds me to get off my fat butt and stand for a little bit. And when you get older, you probably should be doing that. When you're working 10 to 12-hour days, get up and stand. Your Apple Watch will tell you to do that every once in an hour, and that's pretty cool too. What we want to do here now is, I'll tell you what we want to do in UIKit land. In UIKit land, I would build something called an action sheet. Action sheet would pop up, and it would say, do you want to take a picture by using your phone, a selfie, take the selfie, or do I want to select from my photos? And I would have then some workflow that says, if we're going to do the camera, we use something called AV capture image, or capture. I think it was AV capture image from remember right. That's the camera, and then otherwise we can go to the photos slide. Android's photo shelf, and I always get these confused, the name between the two. But basically, you open up the photo album and you pull it. There's some code that will bring that up. You can select the image from the photo album and then bring it back. And that would be the way I would do this in iOS in UIKit, and I did it a ton of times. That was one of the most common features I had in applications. Use the camera all the freaking time in enterprise. You go, what? I mean, your camera is like a scanner, a personal scanner. We used to have people that do these inventory audits, and they go into warehouses, they use the camera to scan QR codes. And so in enterprise development, knowing how to interact with the camera was like a killer thing. Just about every app I ever wrote in enterprise development somehow used the camera. It's the most common piece of hardware. It also made it really hard in cross-platform, to tell you the truth. You have to, like, if you're thinking about Flutter or you're thinking about Xamarin or now Maui and stuff, most of the time these frameworks are just trying to render out back to native things. But the problem is like when you try to access hardware, you have to use something called plugins. And somebody basically writes some native code to go talk to the native camera. The problem is if that plugin is very opinionated, it's only going to do it the way you want it. And I used to do enterprise development in Xamarin, and one of the biggest problems was the camera plugin was always kind of crap. And we always wanted these custom camera experiences and stuff, and we'd always have to roll our own. And it turned into this big nightmare. If I was writing in C# my UI, I'd still have to go back to Swift or Object-C back in the day and write the camera code in basically Object-C and then make what they call a custom render that would make it so it'd still show up in Xamarin. It was a big pain in the butt. It wasn't great, and so that's why I always feel like cross development things like Flutter are great when you're doing simple apps. If you're doing a simple app, you're probably going to get by Flutter. The more plugins you need, the more native things you need to talk to, like Bluetooth and stuff, the value of Flutter starts to diminish very quickly, and you're to the point where no, this is really easy to do in native. Why are you using Flutter? Here's the other thing I'll say about cross-platform toolkits. I'm not against them. Don't get me wrong. I've done Flutter before. It's fine. Here's the thing about Flutter, though. In Swift, I will tell you right now, there's never a feature you can ask for that I say you can't do that in Swift. It doesn't exist. You could do everything that you could do in the API with iPhone and iPad with Swift. However, if you go to Maui, you go to Flutter, and you ask me for a feature, there's a good chance that maybe there's not a plugin for this, and I may have to roll it. And my answer is I'm not sure if I can do that feature for you or not. And that's the trade-off you're going to make. You have a shared code base. You're writing less code because you're getting Android along with Thrive for iOS. But on the flip side, you have to worry about, can I actually deliver functionality? Or is it I have to tell the business or the people that are paying for this app to go, well, there's not a great Bluetooth plugin to do what you want to do here in Flutter, so I'm going to have to build something which is going to cost you more, or I just can't do that feature. And that's where... That's where this kind of falls apart when you start going to cross-platform, and that's usually the answer. And if, there's a bunch of people on YouTube you can watch. There's a really good guy from that does Android that is from Squarespace, and his name I think is Nick. And I've watched a lot of his videos, and he did a famous one on Flutter. And he's like, hey, should you do Android or Flutter? And the answer is, if you're doing simple apps, Flutter's probably fine. But the minute you have to do any kind of thing with hardware stuff, just use native stuff, because you're just going to find yourself to be miserable. Here's the thing. I was in enterprise development at Ernst & Young about 6 years. I was their tech lead of mobile development. And I'll tell you this right now. In the past, when we had UIKit and we had Android views, the cost of code sharing in Xamarin, you could get about around 70% code sharing, which means that you would have 70% of the code was shared between iOS and Android. Only 30% was unique to each platform. Our time to build a native app versus Xamarin app was about half the time to build a Xamarin versus a native. And when I say native, I mean if I had a development team and they had to develop a separate iOS and Android app, or could they just do a cross-platform with Xamarin, we could do it in half the time in Xamarin. Usually that's about on average. However, when SwiftUI came out and Jetpack Compose came out, that is no longer true, because SwiftUI and Jetpack Compose, you can write apps so much faster. And so that is now diminishing returns from a time standpoint. It's just not the same. You saw how fast I could do a button here in SwiftUI, and UIKit that would take forever. And so, not forever, but it'd take a lot more code to do that in UIKit, and you have to worry about constraints and all the other things that come in with it, right? I just do that button and it's super quick. So that's, yeah, it's, my answer is now this. If you have a bunch of JavaScript developers laying around and they want to build a mobile app and all you know is JavaScript, then your options are React Native or Flutter, because Flutter and Dart look a lot like JavaScript. And if you're a React developer, you can jump into Flutter pretty quick. And if that's what your team wants to use, then go for it. Use React Native. But you're probably, if you run into some plugin problems, you're on your own. And your developers only know JavaScript. There's no way possible they're going to be able to handle Swift or Kotlin or Java, right? I mean, these developers are probably, brains are going to melt the second they have to go to native and try to figure out like how to make Xcode work. And God forbid CocoaPods, because that's what React Native uses is CocoaPods. There is no SwiftUI package manager over in the React Native land. You're back into CocoaPods land. And that is the land of barren desert and despair and the skeletons in the sand of developers clawing, trying to get the build to work. That is what happens when you go to CocoaPod land. Over here in the beautiful promised land of native land with the new Swift package management and stuff, you don't have to worry about those problems. Jetpack Compose is very similar to SwiftUI. If you like SwiftUI, you would love Jetpack Compose over in Kotlin. It's almost the same thing. It has the same syntax sugar. And you will find out that with Jetpack Compose, if you have a development team that knows Swift and SwiftUI, you will have a development team that can learn Jetpack Compose in Kotlin very quickly. And so I now believe that the days of these cross-platform frameworks are more, it's more of a conversation piece. It used to be cut and dry before. Now it's no longer that case anymore. I truly believe now that native is like, well, you're going to have way less pain if you go native. And if you have to integrate with anything, native is going to be way easier, I promise you. For Couchbase Lite, I work at Couchbase here, and we make a mobile database. We don't care. We work fine. All the APIs are bound based on C. And so technically speaking, it doesn't matter if you're using Xamarin or .NET, you're using Swift or Android. We kind of do those three platforms pretty well. React Native, I made a sample project for that for Couchbase Lite and used some bindings, some native bindings. It was an exercise of pain, and I part-time do some web stuff at the company I work at right now. I lead a special team of web developers that are working on something I can't talk about because it's not released in public and stuff yet, and they are React developers. I can say that, and I can just say that I know a lot about React, and I'm here to say that, don't get me wrong, it's really great for web developers and stuff, but for mobile development, I just don't feel the same way. The best thing I could say, I know, CoPilot Swift, I get it here. Here's the best thing I could say about React Native, or here's the thing I could tell you about it if you want some, like, don't just take my opinion on it, go look at the Facebook iPad app. Go look at that. That's written in React Native, and look at how much of a pile of turd that is. It doesn't use split view at all. It uses basically a bunch of web renderers. It's terrible. There's no dark mode for it. It's basically super old and janky. Half of it doesn't render half the time, and that is literally their supposable, this is a first-class citizen app in the world of React Native for iPad. React Native support for iPad is terrible. It's absolutely the worst. If you are going to build an iPad application, if you're building a mobile application that needs iPad, like split view, like what I'm doing right now in this app, don't go to Flutter. Do not go to React Native. Go straight to SwiftUI. You are wasting your time. The amount of work that you'll try to do to try to emulate what's less than 20 lines of code in SwiftUI is not worth your time. I promise you. Yeah, I mean the React Native it's great for phone and phone only. If you're on React Native and you're just trying to build a phone app that doesn't need to do any kind of custom plugins, you don't need access to the file system, you don't need access to the camera or Bluetooth or any of those other things, you'll probably build an okay UI in React Native. Sure, it probably will scroll and render for the most part. Probably will be slow on Android, on especially slower devices, because the curve of how the VC8 runs, because the code still has to compile and render. The code converts from JavaScript over to the native controls that runs a VC8, which is the JavaScript engine that runs inside of that. You're still going to take a hit of performance there, depending on the processor speed. And on a cheap Chinese phone, that's going to hit you harder. Those are the real answers to that. Mono, that's hilarious. Absolutely, I totally agree with that. Sorry for ranting on cross-platform here. I'm not digging it, right? I'm not saying that, hey, you shouldn't use this. And if you have a team of JavaScript developers, and like I said, you're trying to build a simple application, your React native application, probably fine. That's fine. And if you do Flutter, it's probably going to run faster and better. I'll just be honest with you. If I had to pick between the two, I'd probably pick Flutter. I think that it's because it uses a custom rendering engine. It's not rendering native components or controls. Like the button is a Flutter button. It's not an iOS button. It's a very specific button that they wrote for Flutter, so the UI is completely drawn by Flutter. It's not drawn natively. That means that the application doesn't look like a normal iOS application. It's going to look like a Google app because it uses material design. But if you can live with that, the fact that your app's going to look blocky like a material design application from Google, Flutter's not a bad necessarily option. And I think it's getting pretty popular out there. And like I said, if you don't have to talk to the hardware, Flutter, you should probably check that out. But if you have to talk to hardware for any reason whatsoever, or if you think you have to do an iPad application, or you want it to also run on the Mac and run pretty decently, come over to Native Land. I promise you that once you kick the tires, you're going to want to drive this car and stay with it. It's pretty great. I love Mono. I love that. Yeah, I get it. And also, like, React Native hasn't even hit 1.0 yet. I mean, it's still in, like, what, 70 something, 0.70 or something like that, and it still has jank in it all the time. Yeah, native is easier than ever, and it's like, man, especially like I said, with SwiftUI and Jetpack Compose looking so similar. Even if you have to do two separate apps, your developers can swap in between. It's not a problem at all. Yeah, exactly, Compile Swift. I totally agree. Oh man, it's so bad. It is so bad. Just talking to anything over React Native. I once had to try to write a React Native plugin that wrapped around my native plugins I wrote for Intune and Citrix, Zeb Mobile. These are MDM platforms, and it was just a nightmare. It was a super duper nightmare. I'm not going to get to all the details of it. Some of that's probably still under NDA because I had to talk to Citrix engineers about it and this and that. I can just tell you the solution that I had to work with. I literally had to fly to Citrix's headquarters and we down in Florida, and we spent a week working on it together, and we co-developed like this solution. It was just a mess. I remember the engineer that worked at Citrix is like, it does what? And wait, really? You're seeing this? I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'm like, yeah. This is what's going on, and he just couldn't believe it. He's like, why do people use this? I'm like, I don't have the answer to that, right? I can just tell you it's a cheap option for some developers that just know JavaScript. Yeah, Cores and HTTP. Ionic is the replacement for Cordova, and Cordova was PhoneGap by Adobe. And so Ionic, they've kind of went a different route on that. And I think they have a different engine now, Ionic, for doing plugins. They used to use the old PhoneGap plugin system, but they have their own, I can't remember what the heck it's called, their plugin engine. But it's a totally different way of doing it. I don't want to say it's called Combine, but it's called something like that. And now it used to be in Ionic you only could use Angular, but now in Ionic you can use React or Angular or Vanilla or whatever you want. So it's a little bit different than the old days of like they forced you into Angular. I think they just needed that to stay relevant. But Ionic is like probably the lowest amount of developers in the mobile space. I don't even know if that's 1% of mobile developers are using it anymore. The last numbers I saw were pretty dismal for it. To tell you the truth, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I know that I don't talk to that many people using Ionic anymore. It's a web development framework. You're just basically writing a web view, and you're writing a bunch of web pages inside of it. Most people wrap a website around it. That's okay, I guess, for that. But I need to talk. I have to figure out, like, how do I do the equivalent of an action sheet in SwiftUI? And I know that our AI overloads here are not the smartest overloads, but let's try to ask it. In SwiftUI, how do I bring up a action sheet to ask the user if they would like to select a photo from their photo album or the camera? If they, and I gotta say album right, spelled right. If they select camera, it should bring up the camera and take a selfie, or it should bring the photo picker and allow the user to select a photo. Let's see if our AI overloads. Yeah, I mean, obviously getting web developers just think about mobile at all is a good thing, because I want websites to look nice. I want things to look nice on my mobile phone. I don't use my laptop as much as I use my iPad, and I use my iPhone. And so I use my computer for software development, and pretty much anything else I consume is almost always done on a mobile device, as most of the world now. More people in the US probably have cell phones and iPads. My mom doesn't even have a computer anymore. She just has an iPad. CSS is okay. My development team that I work with likes to use Tailwind. And the syntax in this Tailwind is, oh boy. Boy, that can get some gnarly to read that and understand what it's doing. So I'm not sure. I like I'm old school, so I like Sass and I like CSS, the old versions of CSS. But this new version of Tailwind, I guess maybe I'm getting old. It's really hard to read if you ask me. I see where they do magic with it, and I get it. It seems like it's cool, but ooh, boy. Our AI overloads are saying that there is a option for showing action sheets here, and there is a property on anything that you can bring up an action sheet with, along with a Boolean to see if you're showing it or not. This looks very similar to UIKit, by the way. And if we look here, it looks like it's given us a image picker, and the source is photo or camera. And then oh, look at this. They're recommending going over to my friend UI View Controller. Hey, this is UIKit. Really? There's not something native for Swift? Okay, here's the problem. Our AI overlords, 2021 is the last time that they've been updated. They probably don't know new APIs. I truly believe this just looks wrong, because we're using UI image picker UI. It's Friday night. UI image picker controller, and they're probably going to use AVKit for getting the picture from the camera. I'm pretty sure this is not what people want to. Oh, hey, look at this! Hey, look at this. This example uses UIKit because my last training cutoff was September 2021. It's fully saying SwiftUI does not, look at this. It's saying, hey, I'm not sure if this is the right way. Our AI overload is smart to say, not sure if this is a good idea of how to do this. I think that we should do this different. I don't think we're to trust our AI overlords today. I think the action sheet is here. This is right. This seems like it's totally right of how to do it. But the actual action of what to do when the sheet's presented and how to do that, I think this is all wrong. So let's see here what time is it. It's 11:42 here. I'm willing to do a little bit of research on this and see if we can't figure out how to do this. But we're not going to be able to use our AI overloads here, because that's obviously the wrong way. SwiftUI picker camera. Let's say image picker for camera or photo album example. Let's see what the. No, I don't. I'm not gonna cut and paste anything. I gotta read it. If I look at it and I kind of describe this. I have like coding spidey sense, and I'm just like, if my spidey sense starts to go off, I'm like, I don't know if that's the right way. Maybe we should just research this a little bit more before we go do this, because that doesn't look like it's right. The example we had earlier, also, like when we did the spacer, like I knew that, hey, we could hack the image to center it with the spacer, but I also was like, that doesn't feel right. We should probably maybe think about fixing that. That's like just intuition. You get that after a period of time where you just kind of look at something and go, there's a probably better way to do this. This doesn't seem like it's the right way. Let's see here, but we've got a App Coda article on this. And what they're saying, they're going right back to UI view controller. This is old too. We're not even going to go with this. That already is not what I'm looking for. I may have to tell the Google overlords to give me something within the last year. So let's go to the advanced Google options here, why do I not see these? Anytime, so this is the advanced Google options here. I use the state object var image picker. Really? CoPilot Swift, do you have a repo for this that I can look at? Let's see here. Let me go for the past year. This is how I usually use Google, by the way. If I want to look for something that's relevant, I go to the tools, and I go to the timeline, and I say, hey, only give me stuff that's like relevant within the last certain period of time, because otherwise, and I'd probably actually even say that I want to go back to maybe like December of last year to today. Okay, today isn't the 30th. Today is what? No, today is the 30th. Let's go to the 29th. Go. Hey, well, I already know that this is probably going to be a good article right here. Paul is a very trustable resource in the SwiftUI community. Not a public repo, but it's an app, but I can give you access. That's no, dude, I want you to have to go through all that paid. It looks like Paul's got an article on this. Let's go take a look and see what he's doing here. Because Paul, one, CoPilot Swift, I think you're pretty awesome. So thank you for the offer. That's very kind of you. Paul also says that he's updated this for Xcode Beta 1. I'm on Beta 2. He says that it's new in iOS 16. Holy crap, we got a photo picker. Oh, look at this. Bright, shiny new things. These are what developers love to see, is bright, shiny new things, right? VStack, photo picker, select avatar. And it just says, let the avatar image equals whatever's in here. We just make an image. It can't be this easy. It just can't be this easy. You need to load data, plug it through a UI image, and then convert that to an image. Let's see here. If you want to use multiple images, I don't want to use multiple images. I just want a single profile picture. Let's take a look at Paul's example here, because this is pretty interesting what he's saying here. He's saying basically we have a photo picker item that's going to let us pick a photo, and then an image. I smell what Paul's cooking so far here. Let's bring this in and see what happens here. So let's go into our app here. We're in our employee profile. We'll bring this up here. And we'll pop these in because these are state variables. We're going to keep track of these. My entire code is basically photos picker selection, image picker, image selection, matching photos, and PH photo library shared. Tab image here. So is PH Photo Library a plugin that you, like a library that you wrote, or like a third-party library for that? Is that what's going on? Let's see here. No, it's built in. Oh, I've tell you the truth, never heard of that, huh? Photos. There's a new Photos UI. Let's see what happens here if we import this. See what happens. Import photo UI. Okay, so it looks like so far this is pretty close to what you're saying, CoPilot Swift. Okay, so I guess I'm okay with the avatar naming convention. That kind of makes sense, of saying that these are avatars. And if we look here, then he's basically saying, now he is saying that he needs a VStack. Now that's kind of interesting. If let avatar image here, instead of a VStack. And selections, avatar item, matching, images. Images, I'm assuming is a enum or a property on that. And then this is where he swaps it out. He's got to swap out the image from a UI image because it looks like this is what it returns back is of a type of data. And that's probably like because this API, I'm guessing, is using NS data on the back end, because I know data is just like a wrapper around NS data, right? I mean, is it still that way? I know it used to be that way. I'm pretty sure it's still that way. So let's do this. Let's grab, boy, I really hate grabbing all the code. This looks like it's right though. Let's just pop this in here. Yeah, but let's take baby steps. Let's just grab this first to start out with, because I want to screw up my code base here. I always feel a little bit, yep, I did the same thing. Got an image, show it, or do something else. Okay. Well, I've got an H stack here right now. We'll convert that to a V stack instead. And then inside here, this is really where we want all this magic to happen. But honestly, we might not even need the button anymore, right? Because I was putting a button around this because I was gonna have to like write some custom magic here. But it looks like I may not have to do that at all. Let's see if we can use our friend Control A and I here to reformat that to see whether or not I got that cut and pasted right to start out with before we destroy this code base. Let's go back up here to the top here, take a look here. So we've got a VStack. Oh, I've got double VStacks. We don't need double VStacks. Let's limit the amount of VStacks we're doing here. Keep that down to bare minimum here. Let's see here. So we're going to select avatar. Select avatar. That's a state item we have matching here. We may not even need the... Well, we probably still need the frame on center here. So then what happens is, if we go look at his example, what he's saying, okay, so PH photo library shared acts like the button in your code. Interesting. So here he is saying, and this is on the VStack. He's saying on the VStack, if unchanged of avatar item is a state item. So he's basically listening to the state of this if it changes. Sorry, folks. This is how I like to develop. When I develop, I walk myself through. If I'm looking at a code example, I want to walk through and see if I understand what it's doing. If I don't understand what it's doing, I'm not copy and pasting because I don't understand this. I'm going to go Google or go to Apple's documentation and look up PhotoUI's actual documentation. So I want to make sure that I kind of understand what this is doing before I even think about using it. So I know that he's got this avatar item. It's a state variable. I know that onChange would then be listening to the change of that state. That means that we're going to underscore variable just says, hey, put the value of that in this. We're probably not going to use it, so we don't need to make a reference to it. And then we're going to say here, we're going to make a task. Obviously, a task is going to be like, hey, we just need to do some threading on this thing. And there's a whole thing around that. We know that this is going to do some kind of background process of work here. But we don't want to destroy the UI thread on this. That's what I'm guessing why he's doing it like this. And then he's basically just trying to get the data, load transferable. It's probably transferring the byte array because this is data. And so this is going to be hardcore bytes. And he's going to try to get that into something that he could read so that he can then throw it to UI image, and then image is a wrapper around UI image. And that would logically make sense to me. UI image is from the UI kit's way of displaying images. And a lot of times you would encode images, and in old ways of UI kit, that's how we display them. Everything here makes sense to me of like why this would work like this. I'm pretty confident that if I had to explain to somebody, I could actually explain to this how this works, because when I read this logically makes sense to me. The other thing he does though is he has a print on the task if it fails. here, right? His theory is that you're returning out here, so you should never get down to here. So this whole thing should return out. But if for some reason you can't convert the bits into an actual image, then just print out failed here. That gives you a little debug magic if you're basically trying to figure out like why didn't the image show up. This seems like it should work. That also makes sense to me why you put it in there. So I feel pretty comfortable with this code, bringing this into my code base and seeing what happens with it. So we know this was at the end of the VStack. So we can basically bubble this up and we can add in that on top of our frame. And let's see here. On change platform was, oh no. Oh, come on. Oh, okay, wait. It's still there, but with a 2 or 0 parameter action closer instead. Oh, 2 parameters. Oh no, what are 2 parameters? What other one doesn't want? Inquiring minds would like to know. Let's see if we can find out what the hell they're talking about here, because on change, let's see here. On change 2 let's just do that. Let's see if we can find the on change of perform. Oh, depreciated. The ugly words we hate to see, right, folks? Oh, no. Dang you, iOS 17. Exactly. Our overloads. Of value, perform action. Of value, perform action. Wait a minute. Teenagers are so unpredictable. I got that joke. Oh, man. 17 teenagers. You, CoPilot Swift, you. That's pretty funny. That's good. I like it. Yeah, iOS 17, man. Really, they like the word depreciated in iOS 17. The SwiftUI's latest version likes the word depreciated a lot. But this might be a better thing for us. Look at this. What I'm reading this to say is that of value and then perform an action, right? But wait a minute. If we go look at the code that we just borrowed from Paul, if we look at here, he's forcing the action inside of a task here. All I can see this saying is that, no, we'll handle the action for you. So really, if I look at this, is this all really that necessarily bad? This API to me just maybe I'm thinking this is just basically saying, we'll just do this a little bit cleaner. Let's be very, very clear that we're going to perform an action on this variable, and we're gonna do some code. We're gonna run some stuff. This may just make it a little bit cleaner, if you ask me. And it looks like we have a selectable here, right? So we could say, hey, only when this particular thing is of this type of thing. This gives us a little bit more flexibility because we can actually use then to say, only run this in these certain situations. So in some sense, I don't know. I'm looking at this. This may not necessarily be bad. Yeah, this may not necessarily be all that bad of a change. I'm not. Let me finish reading this by state variables image just to rebuild the screen. Yeah, I may have cheated by using the state variable. Okay, good call. Let's see here. So I want to read this because obviously there's a discussion in here, and I like to read discussions to see what Apple's trying to sell us that this is a good idea. If Apple's trying to sell me this is a good idea, I would like to understand why they're selling me and this is a good idea. So if we look here on change of scene phase, well, we're not doing a scene here, right? But they're basically saying if do scene background then empty cache. That's not necessarily okay. If you're doing on client-side caching, I can see maybe that makes sense. Let's see what another example they have of this. A place state and new state. Model did change. Place state from to this. A modifier is depreciated been replaced with a new version that includes either 0 or 2 parameters to closure. Unlike this version that includes 1 parameter. This depreciated version behaves differently with respect to how they execute the action and closure. Okay, this is important to know here, specifically when the closure captures other values. The closure will run with the captured values of representative old state. With the replacement API, the closure runs with the captured values in the new state, which makes it easier to correctly perform updates that rely on supplementary values. Okay, well, Apple's given us a reason why they want to make this, and this seems like it's better for all of us. CoPilot Swift, I think that this new version makes it so you don't necessarily have to worry so much about that. I'm just looking at this saying, I don't know if this is all that bad for us, right? I'm not sure if this API change is going to be. Oh, you're putting persistent storage. Very interesting. Okay, okay, yeah. I mean that's. So is this is the appreciated version? So right here is the two new options. So let's look at the beta here. I don't need the initial. What do we have here? We got two. We've got escaping. I mean, really, the only difference is generics from what I could tell here. Let's see here. Of change, of place state. Well, that's the exact same code as before. Wait a minute. They didn't even give me two states here. You liars. I don't even see a difference in this code right here. They're providing us the example. Let's see here. Old state, new state. Oh. Snap. Okay, wait. That is really interesting here. If you could collect old state, new state, this I'm starting to smell some Redux love here. This is some pretty interesting ways of doing things here, because this way, if you're trying to keep track of things, right, for revisions or trying to figure out like workflow or anything like that, that's not necessarily a bad thing to have the both old and new state. I smell you're cooking your apple, and I kind of like it. And so what we're saying here, but that code doesn't look any different than mine, right? Other than the fact that I don't have the pullout, right, that it has with the underscore. Yeah, exactly. I'm not 100% convinced that this is necessarily a bad change for us in this world. They may actually made our lives better. Apple, you guys, trying to make our lives better. Look at you. Thank you, Apple, for trying to do something better for us. I don't necessarily need the old state, though. I'm thinking that I just need this version of it. And so we just have a value, and then we have whether or not the action should be run when this initially appears. And the action should not run when this initially appears. It should only run when someone clicks on it, right? Wait, whether this action should be ran when the view initially appears. The answer is no. It should only happen when the button is clicked. But this is not a button anymore. This is the picker. Apple, we take it back. That's my $99 working for us. That's right. That $100 that we pay, paying dividends on us here. And then action here. This initial, that's pretty interesting here. Whether or not, well, I know what a bool is, Apple. Come on. Whether or not I need to know if I need the initial or not. They didn't even have it in here. Right here, they're completely, this only has one property. I'm pretty sure this is a bug on the documentation. I'm pretty sure they have a comma, and then they're trying to say the initial state would be false. I don't think that this is all that bad for us. Now that I read the documentation, our Apple overlords here, I think what they're just saying is that they want initial to be false. Let's try this and say, let's see if it's still mad at us. It's not mad at us anymore. It's totally not mad at us. I feel, okay, chat. What's the percentage of chance of this working? I know you're a little delayed, but chat, what do you think the percentage of the chance of this working? If I knew how to do a poll, all my other streams I watch, these guys are throwing out polls and stuff. I don't know how to do a poll. If I knew how to do a poll, I'd put a poll up with some percentage of chances here. I'm going to guess 60% chance this works. That's what I'm going to say. We're going to hit the compile button and see what happens, but I'm guessing 60% chance that this actually works. The initial thing is what's throwing me for a loop here, because it's like initial of the view loading. Well, the view is just going to be nothing. 70% optimistic. Well, okay. Thanks, Compile Swift. So it has a button instead. Select avatar. Hey, we've got image selection. Look at this. Look at this. Flowers. Flowers. Yay, it's the weekend. Look at that. Look at you, Apple. You actually did make our lives a little bit better. Let me tell you, folks, back in UI Kit, oh man, not that easy. Not that easy. We're winning here, folks. With a new iOS 17 API on top of that. Now who feels like it? Get those cash out there. We're doing good. Look at that. Holy crap on a cracker. That was pretty awesome. I could have never figured this out in UI Kit. That's not true. I have faith in you. CoPilot Swift. I have faith in you. You would have figured it out. There's plenty of docs on how to do this days. UI Kit's so old. There's so many examples of probably how to do this laid out there. You could probably find that. Let's go check our iPhone land here and see what happens here. So we're getting avatars. We're getting a waterfall. We got a waterfall. I guess the biggest thing I would probably maybe complain about is the whole select avatar UI here. Do I like the button above that like that? But we are basically just so it looks like, excuse me, the photo picker is what's doing that. Select profile picture. But honestly, let me see here. Do we have you give us some styling here? Style, maybe there's a folks. There's a styling on this photo picker style. Let's see what this. I'm not sure what this does, but now I'm pleasantly surprised and kind of excited. Let's go ask Apple's documentation what's the option for this, because, man, I like style. I like style a lot, and I'm a little shocked that we got style here. Let's see what the style options are. Survey says photo picker style. Photo picker style here. What do we got here? So there's plus a 17 beta. That means that there's been some changes. Compact inline presentation. Well, what is? Womp womp womp. Rounded or square corners, laugh out loud. Nice. All right, so compact, I know what that means. Obviously, we know that compact, at least usually, like in the old days of constraints, we'd have our width and vertical heights, and we'd talk about from compact whether or not in Webland, by the way, they call it something called a viewport, and it's just how big the screen is. And the compact would say that this works on the smaller screens, where the the X size for extra large, it would say, hey, the width is not extra large, but the height could be extra large, because that's a bigger iPhone. Like this is the Pro, right? And the Pro, it's basically wider, or excuse me, its height is bigger than the width, and so that compact, you could get the ability to have like what the width was static, but the height was kind of bigger. Inline usually means that, hey, just show this here. Don't actually sheet this out. Just show it exactly where we're currently at. That's usually what inline means, right? And the presentation, I would say, means usually like the pop-up, right? That's my guess. I'm guessing here because they don't have any documentation that tells me what these things do. Because if I click inline, it just says, good luck. You can try that. I'm a curious cat. I'm a guy that likes to maybe just play a little bit close to the sun. So let's just try this and see what happens. So I need to click in here and say, we'll do a little period here, period action, and say, what does compact look like? SwiftUI, tell us what this looks like, because I'm kind of curious now. Does it look any different? Is going to be my question. Oh, look at that. The second we do compact, it does it right inside of here. This is almost like a web view. Whoa. No. Okay, no, I don't like that at all. That, no. Oh, Danger Will Robinson, that's bad. We went the wrong direction, folks. Let's try, what happens if we do inline? It seems like compacted inline would do the same thing if you ask me. Yeah, it's like a big thumbnail selector. I guess for some people, depending on the app, that may not be bad. That may be useful, right? For my app, no. So this will give you photos or albums. So that's interesting. So inline, the previous version gave us more of a thumbnail. This gives us a selection on the top of it, so you can pick between the photos and the albums. I'm smelling what you're cooking here, Apple. I can see, once again, where in certain apps, this could be pretty interesting. And if I select one of these, it'll show up below. That's what my selection is. But it's always going to keep the selector available. Huh. And the presentation, I'm going to assume, is what it defaulted to. Yeah, exactly, right? I can see where some developers may want this. Hey, ChatGPT, get out of the way here. Presentation. Our AI overloads here, trying to get some action in here, trying to get some street cred for the code that it's suggesting, but I didn't want its code. I'm pretty sure presentation was the thing that we had originally. Yep. So this is the presentation, and this is what it defaulted to, and this would totally make sense because this is probably what most people would want, is the presentation mode, and that's what it's going to go with out of the box. Interesting. So the question becomes, which I don't have an answer to. But it's something I think I'm want to think about is, since this is a style, is this extendable? Could you build your own style? Is this just a view, right? And if that's the case, can we do an extension on this? Here is the photo picker API. The photo picker browse and select images and videos from the photo library that contains a method for a single action, multiple actions. Photo picker, selected matching images. Select image when. Hey, CoPilot Swift, this is you right here. Hey, look at this. PH photo picker filter. You were talking about this. Here we are, buddy. Massive street cat here. You read the docs. Look at you, CoPilot Swift. And so you can use PH photo filter options, customize on displays, images, and exclude screenshots. Oh, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Street, two wins in 1 week. Laugh out loud. I need to retire now. Hey, if you're gonna retire on a high note, right? I say retire with success. So not necessarily a bad thing here. And we see here, it's given us the ability to then load transferable. We see this. So this is really interesting. This is instead of task, and this is probably a bit better. This is to do async await framework, right? So this is an interesting way of saying, hey, do this on a thread. Apple's suggestion is saying to do it like this. Only images for PJs to transferable, since you'll need to create custom transferable to I would actually want PNGs, to tell you the truth, because they're going to be smaller in size. If you go to the HEIC, I think that's the high, or is it HIEC? High image, I don't remember an acronym for this, but Apple's HD format for images, if you're saving that in the database, you've killed the entire database, because that image is probably like 25 meg on a new iPhone, right? I mean, your average picture HD quality, because it's like a gazillion megapixel camera, I mean, it's super, super big. Just the images are super huge. So I'm not 100% guaranteed that's something that, you want, is that big of an image. Yeah, and I'm going to do the same thing. I only want images, and honestly, I'm probably going to have to, I was thinking that I'm probably going to have to, when I save the image to the database, check the size, and I may have to scale the image. I may have to do some compression on it and convert it over to like a JPEG possibly, or at least make sure that I drop it down to like it's under 500 kilobytes. And that's some code that I'm probably going to have to write, and I may have to do this transferable here, right? I may have to, when I look at the data object, I may have to check the size of it and say, hey, if it's a certain size, we need to drop this thing down, because, we can't be saving these things that are, 12 gazillion megabytes, because that's just going to kill my database, because I want to save the image in as an attachment to the database, and I'll get transferred to our database server. Yeah, so I'm going to save it, because that way, technically speaking, I want this to sync to my local database and have that go up to the cloud database. And then the cool thing is that if I had a web version of the app, that user profile picture would show up in the web console, because in the web version of the app, because the image is actually stored as a attachment to the document, because Couchbase Lite is a JSON-based database. It's a document database, so we can have metadata associated with it. Now, some of that metadata could be a picture, for example. We call it a blob, and that's a technical term. And if you've done anything with cloud storage, like with S3 or in AWS, or if you're an Azure person, you've done their storage engine and stuff. A blob is a very possible thing. It's just a binary large object. That's what a blob is, and so we can store this data, a photo, as an attachment onto a document and make it a blob. And that's what we're going to do. But we have to be careful of this. That this is something that I'm very concerned about here when I look at this and read this from Apple. The one thing I'm coming out from though is that Apollo's usually pretty good about this. So one of the interesting things is that Apple's recommendation for this is they actually use the dispatch queue main async syntax, where Paul's syntax I borrowed from his article is actually just saying make a task out of it. We look here. That's kind of interesting. I'm just kind of calling it out because I noticed it right away. And I don't know who's right on this, but I'm going to actually dequeue this. Well, Apple's wrong because it's saying that it's requiring a sync. Okay, we're not going to screw around with that. But that's interesting, Apple. Maybe I should read the rest of that API, that documentation. Maybe there's something else I didn't see there. They say return result in. Oh, so this is but they're overriding the transfer option. Okay, I get here. So this is actually making a custom transfer option, it looks like, based on how you want to do that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so that would be in right here, the load transferable. So I basically just took the task, put it in run spot. And this would be if we didn't want to use probably their transferable, right? We could override this with our own custom engine. But this seems to be working. This seems to be working well, to tell you the truth. I'm not 100% crazy about the UI. I'll be honest with you about that. I'm kind of used to having like the stock like icon image and then like having a button that they click and then it swaps that out. That's the UI I'm used to building and UI kit and stuff. But honestly, if I give them a button that says select profile picture, they can select their profile picture. They're good to go. Is this good enough for my app? Probably. One of the few things I'm kind of interested in, though, is that at least in prior apps, I allowed the camera to come up. And I gave them a selection sheet where they could select the camera or photo picker, right? And that's something that I got to think about here for a second, because is my app good enough where I can just say, hey, you know what? Go take a selfie outside of the app. Go just have it in your camera already. And honestly, using the photo app, they have like a me section now in the photo app, at least on iPhone, and you already have all your selfies in there. So how many people do I know that don't have some kind of picture of themselves in their camera? Most people probably have that, right? I think back in the old days, remember, I've been building apps for a long time. Back in the old days, it was like, you're going to do a selfie on the fly here. But most people probably have like 100 pictures of themselves, if not more, on their phones. Probably people that like Instagram probably have even more. So I guess what I'm debating is, should I bring the camera option in and have them let them make a picture for themselves versus just selecting it from the photo album? I think I'm going to sit on the side of caution. And I think what I want to say is that, well, this is good enough for an MVP, so I can move on to other things, because there are things I want to build in this app, right? And I could probably go through and critique this entire one screen for a very long period of time. But this doesn't get my app closer to getting out to somebody that could actually use it. And this is something that I think as new developers, or even developers, if you're building side projects and stuff, that you have to kind of cautiously, don't get yourself into scope creep. Try to get yourself to the point where you have something you can ship to somebody to take a look at and stuff. And so if you constantly just if you spend too much time just trying to critique a single piece of your code, a single feature in your app, you're going to lose focus of the entire app you're trying to do, and then you'll never get past that one screen, because there's always things you could do that could be better. There's always new ideas you're probably going to come up with, right? And so in my world, what I like to do is say, is this good enough? Is this an MVP where this is functional and people love it, they'll want to use it, and I know that I maybe could add some new features in a next revision, but let me get something out to people to play with. I think I'm going to err on the side of caution here and say, you know what? This is probably pretty good enough. I think just being able to select this profile picture is probably good enough for me to get started with this. And then from there, we can kind of move on and say, hey, that's not good. Why is the alerts now coming up in Streamlabs again, like I lost my audio source? Hopefully everybody can still hear me. I've been having some problems where if I keep Discord open, randomly my audio, at least in Streamlabs keeps saying that, hey, your audio has disconnected. A new interface is available. And I've tracked it down to Discord, somehow switching things for some reason. I'm not sure why it's doing that. But I'm going to hopefully everybody can still hear me. I still see the little icon in Discord, or excuse me, in Streamlabs saying that my audio is going up and down. So I'm assuming that you can. But if you can't, that's a big bummer because you're not going to... Hey, chat, tell me if you can hear me or not. If you can't hear me, let me know. I will try to play with some audio things to get that fixed in. So we'll see here that I've changed the picture and I click save. I go back out and my picture's not there because really I didn't save it to the database. That's a jerk thing to do, right? We want to save that picture to the database. So we have the picture now stored as an image. Okay, it's right there. What we got to do, though, is we got to be able to save it to the database. In order to do that, though, we got to save it to when we do our saving here. And this is a mapping code. Normally, this would be like something you'd use like a mapper to do, where you map your data on a form to the actual object, and then you go through and do that. In the world of like all the other frameworks out there, there's usually a mapping framework you'd use to do this. I'm going to be lazy about this and not use a mapping framework. I think I'm just gonna do this like this. Boy, Streamlabs is being really weird here to me tonight here. Not sure if it's still working. Let me get a little concerned here, just in case my let me just check the Twitch stream itself and see if everybody's here. I am just checking things here, folks. Sorry, because my Streamlabs is kind of saying things are weird, but all right. Let's see here. All right. So what we need to do is add the image to the employee, and I think let's see if we can quickly do that, and then we'll probably call it a night because it's getting pretty late here. It's about 12:19 my time. I got to get up early to help my wife in the garden in the morning. So let's see here. I've got a model, and then here I should have an employee. And what I do want to do is, you can see here I've got a document type, a couple other things. But what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to make if I remember right, it's a blob. And I think I need to set it to of type, well, I could make it a data. No, because when I get it out of the database, I gotta think about this for a second. So I'm gonna save it as a blob. But when I pull it back out of the database, I'm gonna wanna convert it to data. But when it comes out of the database, it's going to definitely I'm probably going to have to write some custom code no matter what to do this, because there's no way that the database is going to automatically convert this over to an image for me without me having some code to do this. So then the answer is usually is make it in something that is super easy for me to do that with. I think what we're going to do here is, for right now, just to see if we can get this working, is import Couchbase Lite Swift. And I think what we want to do here is say that we're going to say profile image is going to be a blob. And we're going to say question mark here because it's going to be a generic. And we're just going to set it to nil. Self.profile image equals nil. And let's also set it down here. Let's grab it here. And I want to be very considerate that this is nil because of the fact that it is a binary object that can be pretty big. And it can be pretty big. Wait, why do we have errors? Where is it, Matt, here? Employee does not conform to protocol decodable or encodable because you can't encode or decode a blob. And that's what I thought. Poop. But we can decode data. Yeah, okay. I think we're still going to be okay with that. Data is a good do I even need to store it as data though, or could I? If I store it as an image, I'm pretty sure images are not codable either. They're going to want to be the data anyways. So I'm pretty sure the answer is no matter what, that we just want to do this as a blob. Or, excuse me, as data. And data is going to give us the best transferable way between a blob and a image. Because you can make an image out of a data, and you can make a blob out of data. So that's kind of like the in-between sweet spot. And I'm pretty sure this is what we're going to want to use then. So then what we're going to do is go back to our employee profile picture here, and we're going to go in, and anytime we go to save, we're going to check whether or not the image is not null. And we have the image right here, avatar image. So we're going to say here is that, so here we're doing our mapping code right here, right? And if we look here, we say already, we've got a bunch of mapping code here. We're going to say if image, what was it? Avatar image, I think is what it's called. Avatar image is not equal to nil. This way, there's probably a better way to do this in Swift. This feels like I'm writing Kotlin, or this feels like I'm writing C# code. Yeah, this feels like it's C# code. I think, oh, I need to unbox this. That's what I'd do. I'd say if let image equal profile image, or just say image. This should unwrap it from being nullable to null. What am I thinking here? It's getting late at night here. That should unwrap it. We call that unboxing in C#. I do a .NET code from time to time. So then if we had it, we could say image dot data. Or how do I get the data out of the image? There's, is it raw value? What is raw value though? What is reject? I want to see what raw value, what type it is. No, go away. Reject. Okay, so that's a little frustrating because it's blocking my UI to see what this is. And I want to see what the stupid Xcode is saying it is. There we go. Now where was raw value? So that's a U int T. So that would be a large int that's signed or unsigned, right? No, it'd be unsigned because it'd be used to be unsigned int. I think, can I do, I think I could do, let's see. Let's just ask our AI overloads real quick here. Let's go through and ask the AI. In SwiftUI, convert an image to data. Let's see what it says here. No, I don't want UI image. I want just an image. No, I said, why does it say UI image here? Oh, well, look at this, folks. Actually, look at this. It's saying JPEG data of quality compression of 1. I don't want a data. Oh, I think I had this and I needed to convert. Yeah. I wonder if the image has the JPEG data option here. It didn't have data when I looked at it because I asked it for data and it gave me raw. And I'm pretty sure you could take data of the int and you could turn that into a data object of bytes. But let's see if it says JPEG. No, it doesn't have JPEG on it. I have width, height, map, transform. Transformed is what I'm going to guess is the new way of doing it. Because that'd make more sense to me. Oh, okay, here, look at this, bitmap info. We have bytes per pixel, byte order. CG image, a CI image. Those are all good to have. Data provider, a decodable. Depth data, duration, description, identifier, image orientation, render format, images is empty. Hey, how you doing? First time, Joe. Is that how you're saying your username? Welcome to the chat here. It's pretty late here, but we're doing some SwiftUI stuff here. I am trying to figure out how to get an image out of SwiftUI and put it into a data object. And I think the answer is going to be to use the raw type, the raw value here, and then wrap that into data. And I'm pretty sure if I were to say data, and if I were to do this, I'm pretty sure that's legal. And then what I could do say is I would then say if let avatar equal image, no, image equal avatar image. I did this backwards, folks. Equal avatar image, because we're trying to unwrap avatar image. Then we should be able to say image equals raw value, and then we can say here this is employee. Let's get this a space in between here so we can get our autocomplete, because I don't like typing unless I have to. Employee repository, repository dot if they can employee question mark, and we want profile image. We can say equals this. So that would get us the first step of this. So let's see here. Can I find image? Value photo picker, how much no member code for value? No. Not item. I said image, not item. Oh no. It thinks it's the photo picker. Image. What is it mad here now? Image does not have a raw value. Oh, it doesn't. What does it have? Data? Raw. Oh boy. Frame padding. How do I get the raw image inside of it? Joe rocks. Well, that's awesome. I'm very happy to meet you, and welcome to the stream again. You have some street cred already because you got some people that are giving you some street cred here, so that's good. I am trying to figure out how to get the image out of this, the actual raw image. And let's see here. I've got positioning things. I'm just looking through here the values that I have. Let me I may have to Google this because I don't think I don't think this is gonna work either. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen here. Let me Google this real quick. SwiftUI image to data. Okay, and SwiftUI works differently. You cannot be done with fashion. Oh no! Oh good lord! Come on! No! Don't tell me that. You need UI image. I'm not saying UI image view. Oh! Don't tell me that kind of stuff. That's not what I want to hear. That should not be needed in 2023, folks. UI, so image is actually showing a UI image inside of it. So it's a wrapper around it. So they're saying, but how do I get it back? I want from image to UI image. I do not want to deal with view controllers. We should not have to deal with view controllers. This, okay, Stack Overflow, I automatically say that you're wrong. No, I refuse that. I know how to do it from data. I don't want to do it from data. I want to do it to. Oh, and now we're going to NS image? No. No, we are not doing that. Let's go to image here. It's documentation. See what we got going on here. All right. So it is definitely a wrapper around MS Image, which would be for Mac applications for AppKit, and UI Image, which would be for iOS for UIKit. And so we're saying here, image, respectable ratios, blah, blah, blah. She's resizable, that's great. Making images accessible, that seems great. How do I get the data out of it? Can I get the UI image? Because if I can get the UI image out of it, I can get the data out of a UI's image. And let me take a look here. Let's go look at our code, what the picture is showing out. Because when we get the picture from the selectable, is it in a format that we can save it as data? Let's see here. Ah, look at this, folks. We have the data right here. All right. We're going to if let image picker, image resizable, scale for padding 0, then I get the image within. Okay, very interesting here. Well, I've got the data here. Right here is the data coming out of it. So technically speaking, and then I'm getting a UI image and then bringing it out. So I have the data right here already as a pointer, right? So I think the real answer is I'm just going to add a data state of data, and I'm going to store that as a pointer. And var, and we'll say avatar data. And this is going to take a little hit on the performance, right? Because I'm going to keep the image twice. I'm going to have the image here in a pointer, but also the raw data. I need the image in image format so I can display it on the screen, but I need the raw data behind it so I can actually save it. And if I have to convert it over twice, so I'm converting it here from data to image, and then if I have to, when I go save it, convert it back, that's actually going to take not only memory, but processing power. So I'm not 100% self-image equals image, UI image. Okay, interesting. I think what I can do is the following. I think here I can say, if this data happens here, I can say avatar data equals data. And now what I could do is I can just check and unbox data. And as long as I can unbox data, I can then do that. So I can say right here, I can say if let data equals avatar data. Well, then I can just basically say data. And this should save it as data. Okay. Now that's the first step, I think. That will give me data now. But the problem is blob. When I go to save it, I'm going to have to write some code that right here in this repository that turns that data into a blob. And then when I get a profile back, I have to convert it back to data. And then what will have to happen is here, I'm going to have some issues because the avatar image, I'm not going to need a photo picker. I'm going to have to, if I load the user profile, I'm going to have to get that image back. One problem at a time, right? So let's start out with just saying, make the assumption we have the data, right? And if we got the data, we go to save, we're going to have to tell the repository that the data has got to be converted over to a blob for me to save it to the database. So here, we got our encoder here. We're saying it here. We're going through and getting a mutable document. Okay, so that's the very first part we need. But what we need to do here is after we get a mutable document, we need to go through and we're going to have a different problem. The problem is if we encode it to JSON, the problem is that the data is going to come in and encode it inside of the document instead of as metadata attachment. We don't want that. We are going to have to not do it as this. We're going to have to send it along separately for the ride. How do we want to do this? Let me think about this for a second. If we send it along for the ride, we're to make this, we're going to save this twice, and it's going to balloon the size of the JSON document. You never want to store binary data in a JSON document in any database unless you have to, because of the performance hit on it. It's not It's not something that's going to be searchable. It's going to make your document size super huge. And then if you have to do an index in that document, it's going to keep that whole entire document in memory. And I don't care whose database product you're using. This is a problem. We don't want that. We don't want to create problems for ourselves. So the problem is when I bring data into the object, I'm making this encodable. And when I make it codable, that means I can encode and decode it to a JSON string. And that's going to just take the data object, which is really NS data, which is just an array of bytes, right? And it's going to encode that down into a bunch of garbage that it's going to be inside of that JSON file. That's not what I want. That's not my intent here at all. But the problem is when I get the document back, I need to also get back the image, the data for it, and be able to load that back. I could solve this with a tuple. So what are my solutions to this problem, right? Minor and document type. Thanks, Mono. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I do see that. You're right. I got to get the linter running. I don't have Swift lint or Swift format set up yet. And that means that it's going to be wrong. Oh, no, wait. I set it as a static here. So it's only set once, and it's there forever. I could probably do a let on this, but then the strut, let's not get into that right now. Base 64 string it. No, I don't want to base 64 string it because I'm going to lose performance on that also. So there's a couple solutions to this problem. So one, I can make a tuple. I can basically say when I load the image from the database, I'm going to basically return two things. I can return the employee object of it decoded, and then I can go grab the blob off it in the repository and return the blob as data, and I can get my image off that. That's one way to solve it. And tuple is not a bad solution to this problem. And tuples are kind of nice. They're from a Swift, I think most developers are used to tuples now. That's the first solution to it. I can make what we call an envelope object. I can make an object that sits above employee that has two properties. It has a data property, and then it has an employee property. And then what I could do is I could return that. This is something like a DTO, a data transformation object, or a data access object, DAOs. These are two really popular things when you're building mobile applications. A DTO would obviously, if I want to transform it when I'm saving it to the database, I want to transform it in a certain way. A DAO is when I want to get it back and bring it back up. And another way of doing this, obviously, is the view model. I could say, hey, I'm going to use a view model. I'll return the view model, and the view model would have those two properties inside of it. And that's a totally another valid way of doing this. So there's a couple different patterns I could pick to solve this problem. What one would I normally pick if I was doing this as a mobile developer? Well, it depends on what language, in what framework. If this was .NET, I would probably go the envelope route. It's clean. It's simple. Somebody would see it and they'd understand it. In the envelope, I could say that's a data access object. They go, oh, I get it. Sure. Data access object. Totally understand what you're saying there, Aaron. And as the developer understands that language and those patterns, they're going to be okay with it. So if I turn this code to somebody else, it's really readable. Tuples are really popular in Swift, and I think tuples is not necessarily a bad way to do that either. I probably wouldn't do a V model because I don't have view models anywhere else in my code. I like MVVM. It's one of my favorite patterns, but I don't want people to have to know MVVM to be able to read this code. And that's something where if you're going to do MVVM and you're going to do it right, I'd have to switch out quite a bit of this code to do that. And I'm not willing to take that into account right now. So I'm going to take MVVM off the table, and then I'm left with two options. Either I can make an envelope object or a DAO, a data access object, or I can return it as a tuple. I think the clean approach is probably going to be to do a data access object or envelope object. Although I do like my friend tuple a lot also. I think this is probably a little bit easier to read is my guess. And I don't really care how many classes or structs I make, so that's not a big deal to me. So I'm just going to call this employee DAO. Well, this would be, yeah, we'll just say DAO for right now. And this is just basically going to be a struct, and it's going to be employee DAO. It's going to only have two properties, and it's going to have an employee var employee, and that's going to be a type of employee, and then we're going to have a var image data, and we're going to call that data. That's it. That is as simple as we need to be here, folks. We don't have to make this super complicated. Software development isn't complicated, and if it is complicated, you probably have to start asking yourself, am I doing this right? Is my spidey senses going off? Well, that now means I don't need the profile image in here because we're not going to do it there. And we're not going to do it there. And it needs to be nullable because somebody may make their profile and they may not select an image. So let's also make sure we do that. So let me go back right to that DAO, make that nullable. We'll say that this is not necessarily need to be set. And I may get tricky about that later, but for right now, let's just say that it's not, we're not going to worry about setting it. Our employee object is okay. So then it becomes two different problems. Our view has to know that when it saves something, it's going to save the employee, but you can see here, I need to get that and put it somewhere else. So that means I need to also keep track of a DAO version of this. But we only need to make that DAO when we save. So what we could do here is say let employee DAO equal employee DAO, and we're gonna say well, let's do it down here at poop. We'll do it down here. Employee DAO equals employee DAO. I'm going to say the employee is going to be equal to this right here. And I'm going to have to make that also nullable. And then we're going to say data is going to be equal to nil for right now. So what that should do is, so we're going to say wrap employee and image to send to repository. So I can remind myself while I'm doing this. So then we just say here, we're going to say we have our employee DAO, so we're going to say employee DAO dot sometimes this is I'll accept this. Sometimes that from the AI overlords is not necessarily helpful here. All right. So now we have basically where the problem is that the employee DAO, the employee here could be nullable. Now, we could wrap this, and that's probably, yeah, thanks, Jojo. Wrappers are usually not necessarily a bad thing, or data access object. And honestly, they just make the code a little bit more readable. Tuples are great, and especially if you want to do like selection filters and stuff, tuples can be really cool. But sometimes the easiest solution is usually the best one. It's just make a wrapper around this, make your life easier for yourself, and make the code a little bit easier to read. There's something to be said about this. But my new problem is technically speaking, the employee can't be null. I don't want to be sending something to the database if it's null, right? If I can't get an employee out of this, why am I even doing this save? And so because of that, we could let the repository deal with that problem, right? And that's one way to solve this. Or we can let the view deal with this and say, hey, look, if I can't do this for some reason, tell the user that something went wrong here, and I can't do this. Technically speaking, the employee should never be null because they're filling out the form and we're just basically sending it back. So this should never happen. So what we could do here is say, if we could put a big if statement here on our button click for save. We could say if let employee equal this person right here. This should unbox the entire employee, or unwrap it. Excuse me, I'm so used to .NET here. And now we're unwrapped it. So we're saying if employee equals this, now we can say we no longer have to use this because now we've unboxed it. So now we can just say employee. Right? And now this is no longer null. So we could take this whole entire thing out here, make this a lot cleaner. We take those nullables out because we're not even worrying about this. And we could take that out. We could take this out. Though it's concerning me that the text is still white. That's usually a bad sign for me. Is employee white because of the fact that... Oh, it's a lot same. I need to say var. If var employee, let's see here, we're saying department equals department, and now we can say here, we can say this is not this, instead it's employee. And now this is not nil. And then we don't know if we have the image yet, right? So we can now say if let data, let's see here, what's it saying here? Oh, we can't use a let here because this is a static. We then make this a var so we can change the data after we create it. I compile Swift. Anytime the color starts changing on me and stuff, I feel bad for colorblind people because obviously they may not necessarily see this, but anytime the IDE starts changing colors or anything like that, I start to go, whoa, 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 whoa. Did I accidentally delete a bracket? Is there a period missing somewhere? Did I accidentally delete a squiggly bracket where I wasn't supposed to? Is there a caret missing? What did I do right now to cause this to happen? It's always a spidey sense going off that I got a little dangerous when I was deleting things or renaming things. It's always a Danger Will Robinson moment for me, at least. And I'm always then super conscious about looking at my ID and go, whoa, whoa, whoa. Do I have to revert those real quick? What I don't want to do is I don't want to wait 15 minutes to find out that I changed some typing and I did a typo somewhere and I can't find where I did it. So that's why I get super paranoid, and that's why I build pretty often, because the problem is if you get too far into this and you've been typing for a half hour and like minute 2 into that you made a mistake and you waited a half hour to find that you made that mistake, going backwards in time to find where you made that mistake can be like a journey in itself. And so that's why I always take caution anytime I'm changing code and think about like, oh, I'm changing this code. I should probably keep track of all this stuff. So if this goes wrong for me, I can revert it, or I can try to figure out like what I just changed that basically broke the universe, especially with brackets and squiggly brackets. The scope thing, that is the most common thing. You add some stuff, you add another squiggly bracket, you don't keep track of the count of them, the whole thing goes to shit, and it's terrible, right? I don't know what to say. That's a problem. I think I have it. I'm assuming all developers have it. I don't know, but this happens to me more often than not because I'm always kind of trying to unwrap things. And when I try to unwrap things, instantly chaos starts to happen because I add a new squiggly bracket here to the stack of them, and you're indenting over forever, right? In Flutter, this gets really terrible. That's the one. If you ask me what the worst thing about Flutter is that the code is super hard to read because you have indentions of like 20 in. It is super terrible to read. Not the world's greatest code. I'm not a fan of having to read that far indentions in. You need a big 49-inch monitor just to read the code indentions because they're so deep. I'm not kidding. I can show you some real Flutter code that will just... I actually got some example code out there of a similar app to this that I wrote in Flutter. And it was... it's okay. But man, the indentions going in so deep, not fun. Not fun at all. Let's see here. So we've got our DAO. So now the difference is we have to tell our employee repository about the DAO. So right now, when we save a user profile, we don't take anything in, but we're going to have to take something in now. We're going to have to take the employee DAO of type employee DAO. And now what we're going to do is we're going to change this, and we're going to, instead of the authenticated employee, we're going to encode the employee DAO, and we're going to unwrap that. This is an envelope, the employee inside of it. And now we can basically say all the rest of this is actually true up to right here. If we have all this, we can't just go and try to save the document because we have to take the data, put it in a blob, and then save the blob to the image. 80 characters of nothing but yes. Hey, compile Swift. 200% true. So true that, folks, let's go look at it real quick. Let's go look. You know what? I just want, for the Swift folks out here, know what makes you feel better about your life decisions, like using SwiftUI, is when you look at something else and you go, oh, hell no, I don't want to ever read that code. That looks terrible. I don't want to write code like that, right? Look, I'm not trying to pick on Flutter. Flutter is a complete relevant framework for those of you that are building Flutter. I'm just saying if you're a SwiftUI developer, you're probably going to find that the code is very different to read, and it can be very daunting. So my famous GitHub hack for the day always is that when you're in a repo, hit the period button. It'll automatically open VS Code, and it'll automatically throw that code into VS Code for you, and you can just go read it in VS Code instead of having to read it in the GitHub editor. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go into some source, and I'll show you some just really interesting, downright crazy. So everything in inside of Flutter is a widget when it comes down to it. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to just go look at the, so I do feature development in Dart where I put block is like their version of Combine. We have models, that's your data models, right? And then we have views. And so if I go look at the login form, for example, this is what Flutter code kind of looks like. You have a lot of indentions. You're like 10 or 15 indentions in, and this is actually pretty civil one, to tell you the truth. This isn't too bad, but this is what Dart code kind of looks like. And if you look at it, we've got classes. Well, we've got classes in Swift. That ain't all that hard here. These are attributes. So the override just means I want to override this method, the build method, with a different implementation. Block listener, this is kind of like I said, like Combine. And you can see here, we have all these these are child objects of objects. And so these are a pattern called containers. You could, VS Code is completely an option inside of GitHub. You can just hit period. You can view any of the code of a repo inside of VS Code. Some of my favorite features inside of GitHub, to tell you the truth. Because a lot of times I'm a developer. I want to read the code inside of an IDE. I don't want to read the code inside of their web page. Then if I try to search for the code, I'm searching for something in the code, it's almost impossible. I got VS Code right here. If I want to search for something, I just go to the search box here, go search for it and find it. Hey, I'm looking for, block. Where's all the instances of block in this code? There's every instance of block in the code. Oh, that's way easier than trying to search GitHub for that variable, right? So if you know there's a code repo that you want to go look at, it's Flutter's a lot of that. It's a lot of container-based stuff. And so you get into like this, and usually your screen, I usually try to make a view called a screen, and then I try to have all my components. It's very similar to like React from that standpoint. If you go write React code, you'll find that you have like components, and then components build bigger components, and components bigger components. And in some ways, we do that with views inside of SwiftUI, right? But to me, it's just a little bit more of an extreme of all this indentation that you have to do. Everything chains on top of something else. And before you know it, you have all these different chains going on. And if you get into some really complicated screens, this can get to the point where it just, it's really hard to debug. I'll be honest with you. So like if I go to the list, I'm trying to think here, what would probably be the worst? I'm guessing the form here is pretty gnarly. Actually, it's not too bad. Well, not the world's greatest, but it's not too bad. I tried to clean up a lot of this code to make it readable. Because obviously I've got developers that want to read this and see what the heck's going on here. So I was very conscious about breaking things down into smaller components and also trying to make it so that the code didn't look too bad. But when we look at this, I mean, all these things are just widgets. These widgets just basically have a build function. That's the same thing as like our doing our view when we say a view and we want to just kind of go through and put some code to render. That's what the build method does when it comes down to it. But you have to have only one container that all the other children have to live inside of. And so then what you end up finding is that everything has a child of a child of a child of a child of a child. You'll see here's a child of this one, here's a child of this one, here's a child of this one. And yeah, this great grandchild of great grandchild thing ends up happening. When you try to go debug the call stack of this, it's like a nightmare because you're just looking at this, okay, I've got this child row, and then the row has got a child called a column, and that thing's got a child called this, and you're just like, oh my Lord, really? This is when you start looking at SwiftUI, you go, SwiftUI is relatively elegant when it comes down to it. It's a pretty cool way to build apps. Now, I wrote that Flutter app, and I'm semi-proud of it. I thought it was pretty cool. It's an interesting language, and if you like that kind of syntax and stuff, cool, go do it, man. That's cool. I'm not gonna pee on your parade. If you like Flutter, use Flutter. If you like, but if you like SwiftUI, use SwiftUI, man. I just truly believe native is super easy these days. Jetpack Compose on Android, SwiftUI on iOS. Ridiculously simple to build mobile apps. So much easier than it was 5 years ago. They perform really good. It's kind of hard to argue about why aren't you using them. It just is. I sure 10 years ago with UIKit, learning all these table view controllers, all these complicated patterns and stuff, that was pretty difficult. I'm just hacking my way through this, folks. I mean, I'm not a SwiftUI expert, but I'm making UI work, and it's not been all that terribly difficult. And you guys have been helping me along in chat. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I feel like SwiftUI is a good choice to be made here. So what we're going to do here is that now we know that we're going to make a blob here. So we're going to say let blob equal blob. And blob is blob is a data type of that's built into Couchbase Lite. And so blobs are pretty easy. Now there is so this is our Swift SDK is a wrapper around C. So a lot of times you're going to get syntax that's generic between all the SDKs. So because of that, we usually have some helper like factory methods that you can run. So for example, instead of just running blob like this, you could do it with blob with a init, and there's a bunch of different factory options you could do. This is the factory pattern, right? So I can say, hey, my content type is going to be of type image/PNG, because I'm pretty sure that's what we're saving, right? And then our data is just this data that I got from this DAO. So I can just say employee DAO dot image. Believe it or not, why do we have an error here? What's it saying wrong here? Oh, I got to make sure that the data. So wait, we can do that here though. We can say comma, and if let call equals database collection, comma, and then we can say let image equal, and we'll say employee DAO dot image data. But poop, I do want to be able to save it even if there is no blob. So let's do that separately. We could try to combine this one line, but it's okay if we don't have an image. We want to be able to save that separately. So let's just say here. Let's go back here. And we just say here. If let blob, but let's say if let image equals, okay, let's delete that line and say image equals employee DAO dot image. We'll unwrap that. And then if we have that, what we're going to say is, boy, my indention's all screwed up here. Oop. Cancel. There we go. Get our indention fixed here. So this is my first language. I'm trying to get. I was born first country and don't realize the benefits of feeling it. It's so true, right? Swift is pretty great. And if it's your first language, congratulations. You've picked a good one. It's really modern. It's really solved a lot of the problems of other languages have. It's got generics. It's got all the things you really kind of want inside of it. And honestly, if you know Swift, you can learn Kotlin really quick because they're almost kissing cousins when it comes down to it. Like, for example, in Swift, we call functions FUNC. In Kotlin, they're FUN. That's the only difference. One character. And so when you go look at how you make variables, it's almost the same way. So when you read Kotlin code, if you're a Swift developer, you can read that and go, wait, that looks exactly like Jetpack Compose looks very similar to Swift UI. Enough where, like I say, if you spent like a couple weeks studying, you could literally be a Kotlin Jetpack Compose developer if you know Swift UI. I'm convinced this. So what we're going to do is unwrap that variable then and say, hey, look, now that I got the image, and if this image again, I'd like Kotlin syntax a little bit better because I'm used to it, because I spent a year and a half writing Kotlin a lot. And so Kotlin just, I'm used to the syntax. If I wrote Swift for a year and a half straight, I'd probably like Swift. I mean, I'll just be honest with you, right? That's just usually how it goes. The thing you use the most, you get used to it. And you just get used to it. when it comes down to it. But they're both very similar. I will give a heads up that I like coroutines in Kotlin, which is its async framework that allows you to do, you don't have to worry about threading and stuff. It's streams of data. So this is a different way of thinking about things. They took a totally different approach of how to do things off the main UI thread for processing data. Its syntax is the greatest syntax sugar you're ever going to drink. I truly believe it's just coroutines are amazing. They're even better than the async await framework that Swift came in, and that's kind of JavaScript has async await, and C# has async await. Java's getting async await in the next version, so it's like that's a way of doing it, but it's not the end-all solution to all problems. Coroutines has got a very interesting pattern to solve this problem that I think is very flexible, and the syntax sugar to it is just downright amazing. So from that standpoint, I give Kotlin a +1. However, I still think Swift is pretty great, and SwiftUI especially. There's nothing wrong with it. Oh, very interesting, Mono. Wow, I did not know that. That's very, very interesting. Yeah, coroutines are kind of a different thing to me. They're more closely tied to threading than Combine, where Combine's kind of like a messaging framework in many ways. State management machine messaging framework kind of combined together. I think coroutines are pretty awesome. Oh, you're using KMM, Kotlin multi, so KMM allows you to basically do multi-platform development in Kotlin, take your Kotlin code and bring it into like a SwiftUI application. So all your backend code would be done in Kotlin, and then your front-end code you can still do in SwiftUI. So a very, very cool solution to problems, and I'm a big fan of that. That's very cool. We don't support it right now in our Couchbase Lite framework right now. We have Kotlin support, but it's JVM only based, and KMM is pure Kotlin, and so you can't have JVM on it. You can, but if I remember right, there's a bunch of hoops you have to jump through. I think we're going to work on that. I don't know. I'll have to talk to the main developer on the SDK team that works in Kotlin to ask them if and when that's an option. When it becomes optional, I'll absolutely be probably stripping some stuff on that. Let's see here. I've got my image real quick here, and I want to save this as a blob then. So what I could do is I could say let blob equal. We're going to make a blob. We need two things. We need a content type. And our content type is going to be of type, it is a image, and it's type PNG, because if I remember right, that's what the picker that we just used was doing. And the data we're going to say is that data that we just pulled out. And so that's called image. And then once we have a blob, oh, my keyboard's starting to stick. Now I can just save it to the document. Basically, it's only SQLite from Cache App. Oh, okay. Very, very cool. Very cool, Mono. And so the Firebase DBAs are multi-platform now. Yeah, absolutely. They are. It's getting more and more popular. And I like flexibility. I think developers, if they want to do something, we should allow them to do that. If it makes them more productive, then I support that. And you should be able to do whatever you want as a developer. That's why I can't pee on the JavaScript developers, right? If you want to use React Native and that's all you know and that's what you're convinced on using, go use it, man. I'm not gonna tell you what to do with your life. You may run into different problems, and I'm gonna run over here to SwiftUI, but I'm not gonna say that's I'm not gonna force you to say that you should be only using SwiftUI. That's not the world we live in. Go do what you want to do, and if you like that syntax, that's wonderful. And if you like Flutter a lot and you think Flutter's great, that's awesome. Just don't be peeing on the SwiftUI parade, right? We won't pee on you. You don't pee on us. We all get along together and say, you know what? Use whatever framework works for you. Use the tools that you know how best to use to solve your problem. But if you're a junior and you're trying to figure out what framework to be using and stuff, here's the real answer. You're probably not going to hear this from most people. I'm going to give you the custodas, errands, based on my 20 years of experience. This is the real answer. If you're a junior out there, you're trying to get a job, you're trying to work as a developer, go out and figure out where you want to get your job from. And if it's not remote, you're going to do a local job. Just go out and figure out who's hiring for what. If they're hiring a bunch of Flutter developers in your area, go learn Flutter, because you're going to probably find work. The answer to the question is, if you're going to be a real developer, you need to get paid. That's how we make money, and that's how we make a living. That's the point of writing code, is to get paid eventually, right? Unless you're doing it as a hobbyist. If you're doing a hobbyist, writing whatever language you want. But if you want to get paid to do this, you got to figure out who's paying in your area and what language they're paying for. My recommendation is then focus on that. Get paid to do what you're doing, right? Because then you could buy laptops. You can then learn, and you can always switch, right? Yeah, if you live in San Francisco, they're hiring everything, then, man, you got a choice. Your world's your oyster. At that point in time, to do what you look at all the syntax, look at the one that looks like the most fun, and learn that. Or if you got some friends and they want to work on apps together, find out what they're doing and use that. I highly recommend, as soon as you can, if you're learning how to develop, work in a team of people. Work in a team of people, because this is how companies work. There's never one mobile guy that's building something. You have 2 or 3 people. As soon as you can get in a team of working with people, you're going to learn so much. You're going to learn how they code. You're going to have to read other people's coding styles. You have to fix bugs that other people create. So you have to look at code that you didn't write and figure out how to fix it. All these things are great skills as a developer. That's why I say, if you're learning, the first thing to do is find some people you can learn with. Go through and do some group coding sessions. Get on a Zoom call and talk with each other about it. Pick a thing to build and build it together and build different features inside of that together. I promise you, learning as a team is way easier than learning by yourself. You're going to learn so much things that other people figure out, and then you figure out something and you show that to them. It's a great feeling when you learn as a team, and it's really great when you operate as a team. So that's my recommendation. If you're learning out there, you're looking to get a job in the field, find some friends to learn with. But if you're in a city where they're hiring for every language, then pick whichever one that you look at the syntax and you think that it's the thing that you like the most. And sometimes it's going to be like you're on Windows. If you're a Windows person, SwiftUI is not the answer, because there is no way to write SwiftUI easily on Windows. Obviously, we have VS Code, and there is a Swift plugin for that, but still you need Xcode to compile. You're eventually going to have to come over to a Mac if you're going to make that stuff work. I don't know what to say to that, right? So pick your language based on the things you like. If you like Xcode, you like the Swift experience, you like Mac and Apple's ecosystem, and you want to build on iOS and Mac and Apple TV and all those other things, SwiftUI is pretty great. But if you want to go multi-platform and stuff, Flutter is not a bad option. React Native, if all you know is web applications, React Native is going to be a pretty good solution for you. You're going to run into some problems with native plugins probably, and probably some performance problems on Android, but they're fixable. People ship stuff on React Native all the time. But pick what you want to pick. This stream, we're going to be doing SwiftUI right now. And we're going to be doing that for probably the next at least probably month, if not 2 months. I'm probably going to switch over to doing some other frameworks in our languages. And we'll go along for the ride on that too and see what they are. And then we can compare and contrast, right? You could see, hey, this is how we built that app in SwiftUI. I'm going to build the same app in a couple of languages. So we can then compare and contrast about that. That's something I'm very interested in doing and looking at. And I know of several different ways of building mobile apps. So we'll build this in Kotlin with Jetpack Compose. And then we'll also build this in Flutter, and we'll also build this in .NET. And then here's the beautiful thing. You can go to my repos and you can compare the code. You say, okay, this is how we did it over here in Swift. This is how we did it in Kotlin. There's a difference between it. Then you can make the judge of what language you like better than others. Right? That's cool. So we got a blob. All we have to do to save this is do a mutable document. We got our mutable document already, and we're just going to add the blob to it. So we can say set blob. There should be a method on this called set blob. If I can type right tonight, blob, and then we can say here our blob. Now we have to give it the blob that we have, but we have to give it a key. How do we find this thing? And for key, and now this is something that you probably don't want to have. You want to have it as a static, so that if you type it in wrong, you're not going to be able to get the image back, right? So we're probably going to want to put a let in here. We're going to say blob key equals profile image. We'll call this employee profile image. Because I need the same key to when I get the image back out of the database. I need to be able to use that same key to get it back. Otherwise, I can't get it back out of the database. Yes, I totally believe, CoPilot Swift, that team coding is the best way of doing things. I know there's a lot of hackathons out there, and that's a very time-consuming thing, but honestly, there's a lot of things you can learn about the hackathons. And I've told stories on the stream before about my friend Dustin, who was a junior that we hired from a coding camp at one of the companies I used to work for. And he used to go to hackathons all the time. And he'd come back on a Monday and be like, Aaron, I built a game in a weekend. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I went to a hackathon. We built a game in a weekend. And it was in, I think the first time he did it was in Unity. And the second time they did it was on Unreal Engine. And he's just like, yeah. And he showed me it. I was like, shit, that's actually pretty good. I mean, wow, really? He's like, yeah, there's like 5 of us when we did it. I was like, huh. So you took 5 people and you went to this hackathon. I'm like, did you win a prize or something? He's like, we got like 3rd place. I'm like, hey, awesome for you, man, dude. That's great. Anyways, as the story goes, and he did this a lot, and he got really good at Unity to the point where we had to do this POC for it was for Oculus. It was for VR, and we were like, it was a long story, but basically we got roped into doing this POC project for a client, and they're like, hey, you need to do VR. And I'm like, well, VR is pretty much, I mean, we were looking like AR kit and stuff. We're like, man, but VR, you really need to be into like, one of these game engines to do that. And Dustin's like, hey man, I know, I went to the hackathon and stuff, like, we're going to give this to Dustin. And my boss was like, Dustin, really? He's a junior. You're going to give this whole project to him? I'm like, well, I'll oversee it with him. I'll help him out. But yeah, he could do it. And he did it. And man, it was awesome. He rocked it out of the park. It was pretty great. We got a lot of props for it. It worked. He worked his butt off on it. And Unity is written in C#. That's a scripting language, so I know .NET and C#, so I was able to help him a little bit. But like some of the Unity stuff I was learning, he was like, okay, this is how you do a scene with a camera, and this is how you set angles and stuff. I'm like, oh. I mean, I knew enough. I play games. I know about meshes and all those kind of things, right? And so, I mean, I had a good idea of what he was, like what was going on there. But I am by no means a Unity expert at all. Even though I was a tech lead on that team, didn't know all that much about like what he was doing in the Unity stuff. I just knew enough to be dangerous, and I knew enough to look at things and go, this is right versus wrong. And the C# code I knew pretty well, actually. That's not all that terribly hard. And game loops aren't that hard to understand either, to tell you the truth. Game loops are really just come down to understanding that, you're going to do you want to cap your frames per second. You're going to run each one of the loop every so often. You're going to try to get that so you can keep your frame rate up. You usually will have a rendering pipeline, and the rendering pipeline goes through and just gives all the things it's going to render in what order. I mean, that's the core basic concepts of a gaming engine. I understand that from a computer science standpoint, but I mean, am I a game developer? No. Never going to be a game developer. I'm too old. Too old for this. To quote Yoda, too old for the training. Not that I'm too old. It's just I've kind of got my niche here of enterprise development. It pays well, and game developers get treated like turd, and I want to be treated like turd. That seems terrible. I have an error in my code, and I forgot to pass in the employee DAO. DAO. So let's go ahead and do that, and we should hopefully be up to the point here where this thing is going to work. Let's compile this thing. Why do we fail now? Why? I forgot to name it. Thank you for naming it. Send that into our method here, and let's see if we run here. Let's go here and get to our employee here. We could select our profile image, select our photo. Let's see here. Craig. Blah. And developer. If I could type right tonight. Let's scroll down and select some stuff. We'll say that he's in engineering and IT. We'll click save. And we didn't blow up. Now, you're probably saying, Aaron, did the image work? Well, that's a good question. Let's find out if the image worked. You'll see here that in the log, I'm writing some stuff out. And if we go back, remember a couple of streams ago, I showed you that we give the ID of where the file's stored for the database. I'm going to show you another tip here, at least for Couchbase Lite. And most database engines should have some ability to do this. Let's scroll back up in the logs here until I can find where it opened the database. Right here is where it opens the database. All the files in your iOS application in the simulator are on your laptop. Yeah, 2 of my best friends are developing on WoW. Oh, wow. Wow, yeah. Yeah, bad conditions suck, right? I mean, if your company's telling you every weekend you have to work like 80 hours, okay. How to tell you guys this and explain this to you in a way that you'll understand. I've made some mistakes in my life. I'll be honest with you, right? In my development career, I've been doing this for about 28 years now. The mistakes that I made the most were working too many hours. I'll be honest with you, and just not caring about like my family and friends, just saying I can fix anything if I spend enough time working on it. And I got really famous for being able to do that. And sure, I got a lot of bonuses and that helped my career and stuff. But what I did do, it didn't really help me with my friends and family. And I lived a pretty miserable life for a period of time because of the fact I put work first. There are two parts of your life that you're going to find. And this is a famous saying from Todd Howard, the person that made Skyrim. He's at Bethesda Soft. And it's the most truest statement I've ever heard in my entire life. It gives me goosebumps every single time I hear it or I say it. But there's two parts of your life. The part before and the part after you learn you only have one life. You only have one life here. That's it. And that time, if you think about it, you're spending up to 8 hours sleeping a day. That's 1/3 of your day gone. You're working at least 8 hours a day. That's 2/3 of your day gone. All you have is 1/3 of your life to spend with your family and friends. If you start dicing that up for work, that means you're spending less than 1/3 of your life doing something outside of sleeping or working. Do you want to be 70 years old and then realize you just spent most of your life not doing things that are cool, like traveling and having experiences with your friends and stuff? You're just going to spend that working? Do you think that company's going to care about you? No. You're going to get laid off. Anytime a company, you're just a number now. Companies don't care about people anymore. Very, very, very few companies care about people. Most of the time, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. And if those numbers aren't going the right way they want to go, you're gone. Unless you're working at a small startup, right? But I'm saying for most people, big company, enterprise especially, you are just a number on the sheet. So if you're going to spend 1/3 of your life sleeping, 1/3 of your life working, and then 1/3 of your life doing everything else, and you start cutting into that 1/3 of everything else, you're doing it wrong. You get paid to learn, and you get paid only to do this stuff, and then you got to take your life back. You have to say, no, I'm not doing 60-hour weeks. I'll give you 45, sure. But that's not going to be forever. I sometimes work some pretty long hours, but I also take some really great vacations. And I make sure that there's a balance in the force, right? Do not work long hours forever because you will burn out. You'll start hating development, and you'll hate what you're doing. And you'll start hating your job, and you'll treat your friends and family like crap because of the fact that you are burnt out. And it's a normal human condition. It is not, you're not weak. There's nothing wrong with you. It just happens. And so I'm just here to say, don't let that happen to you. Do not, if you have a job like that, get out. Get out and find, there are plenty of places to work. I know it's hard and it may take some time, but eventually you will find another place that actually respects you. And you don't have to work those kind of hours. So I'm going to actually, the question is, did that image work? And that is a good question to have. And the only way to find that out is to open the database. Now, I happen to know that we have a Couchbase Lite plugin that's built in that you can get for VS Code. And I can actually look at that then in the database file and see whether or not that image made it. So I'm going to go into here, and so it's already installed. So I should be able to then open the database. So let me go to File, Open Folder. Yes, Compile Swift. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, I've got a lot of regrets in my life, and probably the biggest regret I have is like some of the decisions I made early on in my career where I missed some birthdays and some people, family members and stuff that I just was like, hey, I need to work and I'm just going to blow this event off. And then, I missed those events and you don't get those back. You just, there's no way to get those back. And so that kind of sucks, to tell you the truth. And it's not until you get later in your life that you start realizing, was it worth it? And the answer is probably not. But I can't go back in time and fix things. So, all I can do is say future Aaron has learned from past Aaron's mistakes. So if you want to learn something about programming in your career and work, lifestyle, and all these kind of things, find balance. Find the ability to do the work, but also make sure you have plenty of time to spend with your family and friends. If your company gives you PTO, you take that. You take every ounce of PTO you can get. You need to re-energize your batteries so that when you get into the hard stuff, you'll have time to do it. So if we look here, we've got a document here. We've got first name, last name, modified date in here. And here's the employee profile image, and it is an object. And so this tells me that I saved an image to the database. And so I can actually get this document. And what I should see, this makes me happy. This makes me feel like I can end the stream on a high note. What is this right here? This employee profile image tells me this is the length of the image. This is a hash of the actual file, the image file, and this is the content type that we saved it to. This is an attachment to the actual JSON document I just saved to that mobile database, and the image was saved in. So all of our code that we just did tonight actually went through using this DAO, this new thing, going into our repository. If we go into our repository, we basically just kick out the object. We take the object that we have, which is an employee object, right? We save it as a JSON string, and then we take that image, that data, that raw data, called data, and we turn it into a blob, and then we just saved it to the database. Now I can just basically click one button, sync that up to a server, and I can get it back. Let's see here. The stream and chat room and all the reasons I love hanging out with developers. All these important conversations I have. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Anytime. That's why I stream. I mean, I've said this a couple other streams, but I guess I'll say it again for people new like JoJo and stuff. I got super lucky in my career. I started before Y2K, and I got lucky enough that the first company I worked for was a telephone company, and they were starting an ISP. And back in the days, there was no software to manage ISPs, so we had to build everything. So they hired me. I was in college at the time, even. I was in second year college, and the university, the person that owned the telephone company, played hockey at Michigan Tech with a professor that I was going to school with, and he recommended me to the company as a person that could go work for them part-time. Exactly, Jojo. Exactly. You want to work to live the life you want. You don't live to work. Exactly. In my career, I got hired at this telephone company, and I got to work underneath this guy named Charlie Gershfield, and he was super awesome. He taught me so many things. He told me when my code was terrible. He showed me how to think different. And I got addicted to learning to why he did code a certain way. It wasn't important enough just to be able to read his code and stuff. I wanted to learn how did he think? How did he solve problems? But he taught me so many things about software development that I just couldn't have learned from a book, and I couldn't learn from a class. I was going to college at the time, and you don't learn those things. You learn those things from people and living life and working with real developers, building real product. That's how you learn. And he just taught me so many different things. I mean, I feel like I'm indebted to Charlie, and I still talk to him every now and then on LinkedIn. But he did a huge service to me. I worked at that company for 7 years, and I felt like I learned so much. And I feel like if I don't pass that on to the next generation, then this has been broken. The system of people that know stuff pass on to the next generation developers, and they become great developers, and they pass on to the next generation. And it's kind of like, I know this is how families usually work, right? We do these shared experiences as humans. But to me, development's almost the same way. And so either you could be a developer out there that's sharing your experiences and trying to better everybody else because somebody did that for you. And I've had that happen so many times in my career. That's, to me, what streaming's all about. It's this shared experience where I can just tell you stories while I'm coding. I can show you how I think about coding, and I'm hoping that maybe you pick up some tips from that. And maybe you guys in chat, you guys have been sending me all kinds of stuff. Like CoPilot Swift has sent me examples of how he did code. Dan was on the stream a couple nights ago. He was telling me some stuff about Swift. He literally walked me through fixing one of my bugs. He was just like, hey, man, you forgot to do this. I was like, oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. That's awesome. That is what's so awesome about streaming. It's being able to go through, having a community, have great conversations, and fix problems in software, and then learn together and go, oh, man, I didn't know that was possible. That's gonna make me a better developer long term. I learn just as much from the stream usually as people from the stream learn from me. And that's a pretty great system, honestly, right? And this doesn't cost anything, right? I mean, just I wish I could turn ads off on Twitch. I don't want any ads. I don't need any money for this. I'm not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for likes. I'm just doing this to try to make a difference. And that's the only reason I'm here. Absolutely. It really does. Apple's documentation is only going to get you so far. Right, it really is. We just looked at it tonight. We saw the depreciated word a lot. At some point in time, it's really just talking to developers about what they did, and then learning from them, and then seeing other people's code and all that kind of stuff. This is what makes it awesome, and it makes it's such a great experience out there, and that's why I love this community. Folks, by the way, on my Twitch, there is the ability to go and you can go see my profile. When you go see my profile, where's my browser here? Just want to give you guys another pro tip here. If you haven't done this yet, please do. I'm going to go to my Twitch profile here, and I'm going to probably break reality because I'm going to go into the stream while I'm streaming, and this is usually a bad idea because then that's a stream, and then this is all bad. So let's just pause this because we don't want to break reality here. But if you go into here, there's this Discord Dev Club and Discord Couchbase. Go join the Discord Dev Club. Bunch of awesome developers out there. And go join there. You can continue the conversation on. There's a channel there for SwiftUI. There's a channel there for game development, channel for Kotlin developers and stuff. Go join the community because you got problems coding, you can throw questions out there. The community is awesome. They're more than willing to answer it for you. They're a great place to go hang out and hang out with cool, like-minded people. That's who I primarily stream and watch, are people from that Discord place. I've got a couple other streamers I watch from time to time, but those are the primary folks I tend watching, and man, they got some really good streams, to tell you the truth. And you can go in there. There's a stream channel. You get a link, and they'll tell you when other people in the Discord are streaming. And if you're a streamer yourself, you can go out there and you can be part of a bigger community. That's my recommendation. We're in this together. We're better together. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely, anytime, CoPilot Swift. I truly believe that as developers, we are better together. And individualism died a long time ago. Back in the 80s, it was cool. I guess it was cool if you drank Mountain Dew, ate Cheetos, and you basically made your code so elite that nobody could understand it. Those days don't exist anymore. I'm sorry. It's not the individual, and you don't program anymore crappy code that basically keeps people locked out from learning. Don't do that. Don't be that person, right? If you're that person, you probably just want to get off this stream because that's not me. You're going to really hate me at that point in time because that's exactly the opposite of everything I'm about. Hey, you can like some Mountain Dew. I'm just saying that the old stereotype was that we went into a closet, you had a developer, he wrote the super elite code, only he understood it. He didn't like to share his knowledge. He always felt that like somebody was going to not get the raise he wasn't going to get, he was trying to move up the corporate ladder and he'd walk all over other people. There was a period of time where this industry was full of those kind of people. That's not where we are anymore. Don't be that person. Just share experiences with each other. We're better together. I promise you that. As a human race, just don't be jerks to each other. That's my goal in life. So guys, I did it. I think I've got this UI where I'm pretty happy. I've gotten to the point where I can save the database. I've got to the point where I've updated my user profile. I even got this image selection thing working, and I'm kind of actually presently surprised and happy with how easy this is compared to UIKit. I feel like I'm cheating a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you, right? Now, the profile picture doesn't show up here because I haven't read the data information from the database to get that image back, right? But I think I'm going to save that for Sunday night screen because it is getting late here. It's about 1:30 in the morning, and I do have to get up super early in the morning to help my wife in the garden. She's going to kill me. So I think 1:30 is probably a good time to probably call it a night. I'm getting older and less Mountain Dew and more V8. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, thanks, man. Great progress. I mean, here's the whole thing. Most of these R screens go pretty fast. I'm going to just be honest with you. Once you have the pattern of getting and saving information from the database, now this is just an exercise of, do you know SwiftUI well enough to write the UI code? Because you already have an example of how to get and save information from the database. So here's the true secret of development. You'll get patterns and you'll start looking at your own code, and you could just look at your own code and go, oh, okay, I've already done this before. I'm going to go grab my example that I already have. I'm going to be able to build on top of that. And I do it all the time. I've been doing it my entire career. It's a big secret, right? I mean, I build POCs all the time. Now, here's the whole thing about working at a company. I guess I can leave with this. Here's the thing. Don't ever take the company's code that you work for when you leave the company. That's bad. That's against the law most of the time, and you're going to get yourself in trouble. However, talk to your boss and make sure and ask your boss, can you build POCs? And here's the whole thing. Most of the time, the POCs, the company doesn't own. Basically, you can even keep the POCs in your own personal repo in GitHub. Most bosses, including me, would be okay with that. Take your POCs and keep that code, because that's a code you're going to be able to rely on. When you leave that company, go somewhere else, you're going to have all this POC code laying around of all these things that you learned how to do, and that's like documentation for future self. You can go, oh, I did that a couple years ago. I've got a POC out there in GitHub for that. I totally remember how I did that. It's over here, right? You will not be able to take the company code if you write. So you can go back, oh yeah, I did that 5 years ago, but do you remember how you did that? Probably not. But if you have a bunch of POC code laying around that you have on a drive somewhere, or if you have a GitHub, now you have that code. Now you can go look at it, right? So that's a secret. When you want to learn something, just build a small POC for it, and throw that code out in GitHub, because that's going to help you long term. I do this a lot. That's what this is, literally. This is, for me personally, a POC app that I can go through and now say, if I have to build another SwiftUI app, here's an example app. And I've already got one out there. It's called the ice cream. And if you go to my GitHub repositories, you'll see I have an ice cream store SwiftUI app that I wrote with databases and Combine. And honestly, I have that on another screen here. From time to time, I just glance at it to make sure I'm doing it like I did it previously. And that's the secret to good development, is basically take your stuff that you have and make sure that you can keep your knowledge. In the world of development, one thing that companies can't do, here's the whole thing. The government, other people, there's a lot of things that people can take away from you. They can take away your money. They can take your job away from you. They can take away your car, your house, whatever. What they can't take away is knowledge. What you know is with you forever. And the only thing you can take away knowledge is basically health, right? If you get unhealthy, you could have some stuff happen to you that takes away that knowledge. But otherwise, knowledge is power, and it's something that nobody can take away from you. I highly recommend hoarding knowledge as much as you can, in the sense of, like I said, when you work at a company, if you learn something new, make a POC for it. Stash that code out, not the company's code. Make sure it has no company code in it whatsoever. But anytime I'm building something, like right now, this is not company code. This is my own personal code and my own personal stream. I'm going to use this for company projects as an example that I can go through then write. But this is my code when it comes down to it. This is the code I'm going to take with me. And if I go to another company, I still have this code. And I can refer to that. And somebody says, oh, have you ever done the photo picker? I'm going to be like, hey, I've done that before. I did it a while ago. I got a POC out there for this. Let me go show you that. Or I've got this app out here I built, this sample app I did. It's going to help you long term in your career, especially if you're starting out. Build a lot of POCs, build a lot of things, get your GitHub up. Your GitHub these days is your resume. And if you interview with me and you have your GitHub link in your resume, just know I'm going to go look at that code, and I'm probably going to ask you questions on it. And I've done this in interviews before, and most of the time the interviewees are shocked. They're like, oh, I didn't know you were going to look at my code. I'm like, why wouldn't I look at your code? You gave me the link to it. You put in your resume. Of course I'm going to go look at your code. I'm probably going to ask you questions about how you wrote certain things. Because I'm just curious. And so I'm not looking for a right or wrong answer. I'm just trying to understand how you think, because when I'm trying to hire you as an employee, I'm trying to understand, how do you debug? How do you solve problems? Because that's far more important than what you know. Here's the whole thing. Nobody knows everything. Nobody knows everything. That is impossible. It is impossible for anybody to know everything, right? So when you hire people not based on what they know, but how quickly can they learn new things. And anytime I'm interviewing somebody, I'm trying to figure out, how fast does this person learn? How did they learn? Can they learn in the environment that I currently have? Are they going to be successful? How much time do I have to spend helping them learn? Are they a self-learner? Do they need team to learn? And all these things are okay. And depending on what company you're working at, some of these work better than others. But no matter what, what you know is only going to get you so far. And those are great for me. That means you can complete something, but really it's more about, what are you doing out there to keep your skills up to date? And how are you learning? That's, to me, when I interview people, I care about. So that's also some pro tips there. And anytime I'm interviewing people, that's what I'm really curious about finding out. And through the interview process, that's what I'm trying to figure out is, what is that path for you, and where are you at in your career? And is that what we need? Right. I mean, not everybody's a fit for a company. And that's a really interesting thing to think about as a software developer. These are all the things that you're never going to learn from a book. You're just not. And you can go to college and you could take and spend $20,000. Hey, Nerdify, how you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Nerdify is awesome. Everybody get a follow out to him. He's one of my favorites, other friend SwiftUI developers out there. He's also a Diablo 4 player. He likes to play Diablo 4. I'm doing great, man. I can't really complain. We got a bunch of stuff done in SwiftUI tonight. We're building a employee expense report app, and we're using a mobile database, and we got the ability to select profile pictures, and it goes through and saves it to the database. And we're actually ending on a pretty high note here for the night that, hey, from the standpoint, we got quite a bit done tonight. Everything I wanted to get done, I got done. We've even sat down and talked a little bit. We showed some Flutter code off. We were talking about different ways of building mobile apps and just kind of showing off a couple different tips and tricks. And then we're just trying to end the night off with just talking about like software development in general with the community and, where we are and, we're better together. Notify is super awesome. You got to watch his streams. He streams on Tuesdays and Thursday nights. He actually, I've got my stream, so I stream right before he does. I looked at his schedule and I tried to make it so that people can go from my stream directly to his stream then. And then he streams on Saturday nights. I stream on Sunday nights. This is actually a ninja stream. I normally don't stream on Friday nights, but I really had this in my mind. I wanted to get this part done before Sunday night, and my wife went to bed early, so I was like, you know what? I got a couple hours. I can crack this out real quick and hang out with some people while I do it. But Notify, do a follow on him. Follow him. I didn't get to see your Diablo last night. I apologize. I had to go to bed. But I did watch. He was doing some. So he's a different developer than me in the sense that he's doing a lot of stuff with shapes, a lot of stuff with like rendering and animation, where I'm more of an enterprise developer, right? And so he's on the flip side of that. If you want to see how to do cool animations and cool stuff with SwiftUI, you got to watch his stream, quite simply, because he's the expert on that. It's super awesome. And so I watch it because I'm trying to learn also, right? I mean, that's that side of the world I'm usually not in, because I'm this big database nerd that knows a lot about back-end stuff and how to build mobile apps with databases and stuff, but I'm not usually the best at the animation world and all those kind of things. So it's kind of like two sides of the coin here. Hey, man, anytime, man. I really enjoy your streams. You're a cool guy, does cool things. He's got a cool streaming setup, quite honestly. And I played Diablo 4 also, but I'm only like level 16 because I just don't have a lot of time. We have a garden, me and my wife do, and we're building a house for my in-laws, so I'm also help building the house. So I've got a lot of side projects going on here right now on the farm that I live on. I live in the middle of nowhere, and I live on a dirt road about 20 miles from civilization. Literally, when I say it's a dirt road, only one car could fit down it. We live on 12 acres of land in the middle of nowhere. And so, but we have high-speed internet because the U.S. government said that rural America needed these grants. And so the power company put fiber optic cable out to our area, and I have dual 1 gigabyte both way lines to my house. I have one to the house and one to my shop, and I have it so that if one breaks, the other one will kick over. And so I live in the middle of nowhere, but yeah, I've got gigabit internet both ways. I'm actually streaming tonight to 3 different platforms. I'm on Facebook right now, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time. Now I know Twitch's terms of service. If you're a certain status with them, you cannot multi-stream. I'm not at that status, and I really don't care, right? I don't need to be a partner with Twitch. I'm not here to be a partner with Twitch. I'm here to just hang out with developers and show cool things. You're a CodeSpace developer advocate. Yeah. Thanks, man. I am a developer advocate at CodeSpace. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. We've got a bunch of community stuff out there on CodeSpace. We do like our Flutter SDK actually is community driven, and it's all written by the community. We've got some stuff with like JavaScript with Ottoman. That's all community based, and it's kind of out there. And the community built that thing. And Ottoman's like a ORM, object relationship mapping. It's kind of like an entity framework or in the Java land, that's called, oh, good Lord, what's it called? It used to be called Hibernate, but I think they call that now Spring Data. That's what it's called now. I had to think about it for a while. The project was large inspiration for me. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really cool. CodeSpace is pretty cool company to work for. We do really complicated database stuff. We make it pretty easy. Chromium engineer. Okay. Oh, yeah, cool. Very, very, very cool. Yeah. We've got a lot of big companies that use us. Some of them I can't say because of NDAs and stuff, but we scale really large. That's why companies usually come to us, because we have this crazy thing where you can get like, ridiculous amount of clusters running, and you can scale your data really, really high. Yes, so that is what Couchbase Lite is based on, is Fleece. And so here's the secret behind the Couchbase Lite mobile database. Technically speaking, the storage engine is SQLite. And I was kind of showing this off earlier. If you go into the database, which I saved off, if you look at the database, really, it's just SQLite, right? And remember, I told you that image was an attachment? There's our image. There's our blob image, actually, that came along with it. Fleece is the encoder that basically takes all this JSON data, these JSON objects, and saves it in using SQLite's storage engine. SQLite is also the engine that I know of. There is nothing out there faster. It is very ridiculously efficient. There's a very small team that builds that thing, but they know what they're doing. And over the years, they have optimized that. The indexing engine for SQLite is best of class. The way that they handle indexing is something that you're just not going to be able to find anywhere else. I'm sorry. It's really, really good. If you're building a mobile application and you're not using SQLite, I'm not saying you're doing it wrong, but I'm just saying that you're missing out on some stuff. We use that for the base of our storage engine. We built something on top of it called Fleece. What Fleece does is, because SQLite's an embedded database, a real relationship-based database, and that means you have tables, you have columns, and you've got indexes you have to worry about. In our world, Fleece, we give you document databases, and that means it's just a JSON document that you have to worry about. And that's how REST APIs work, and that's how most developers think today, is JSON, right? So why can't I just take this JSON database, JSON file, or this JSON data, this string data, and just save it to the database? We allow that. That's what CoPilot does. Fleece allows you to save that to the database in real time, just like the same speed as SQLite. You're not going to notice a difference whatsoever. And with our blobs extension, for example, that I just showed you with attachments, that's going to be in real time also. Now you're getting all the benefits of like a document database on your mobile device, but you're still getting the performance and speed of SQLite. You're kind of having your cake and you could eat it. Yes, it is. Jens is the guy that one of the main engineers behind Fleece. He's got a great, if you go to the repo out there, it's in Couchbase Labs, and look at Fleece's documentation. He's got a whole document that he explains how this works, and it's just super smart computer science stuff. That's really what it comes out to. And he's just a smart person. I've had the ability to talk to him on several occasions because we work at the same company. Obviously, I'm a mobile developer advocate, so that's one of my primary job functions here, is to promote mobile. But really, as a developer advocate, my job is just to promote mobile in general. If you want to use Couchbase Lite, that's great. And if you use somebody else, I personally, okay, that's cool too, right? I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life. I'm just here to say that, use something. That's cool, right? But I'm not going to say if you use one of our competitors, so what? So you use them. Okay, it's probably working for you. That's great. Hey, welcome to the chat here, bud. No, I don't think so. I don't think there's a possibility for that. Jens is just way too smart he is just a super smart dude, super cool guy, really fun to talk to. I have nothing but great things I can say about the SDK team. They're all pretty smart people. I think that we have a great product that works differently than most other products. Our sync engine just is different. That's all I can say. It doesn't work the same way as anybody else's. So that's what we kind of bring to the market, is that we have this mobile database that you can run on the platform. You write a couple lines of code, and it's synced into this cloud or to your local database servers, and you don't have to do any work. There's no REST API calls you ever have to do with Couchbase Lite. That's the beautiful thing about the mobile database that we have. You're right into the database. If you look here, this is very simple code. I mean, this is all it takes. I take an object in. This is just a regular Swift object. I encode it to basically using the same encoding tools you use for REST API. I convert it into JSON string, because that's where JSON document database. You can see here, once I do that and I code it, I just save it as a mutable document, throw it into the database. The only thing special I have here is because I'm using an image, I'm using a blob. That's it. Using Angular for your next assignment project, you need 2 collections. It's a full stack project. So I need a collection with it and a CRUD, and I have no idea the design that I'm going for, nor the idea behind the project. Can somebody help me with an idea? Oh, that's a pretty interesting question, friends. Okay, here's the thing I'm going to say about when you have to do these kind of things. Build something that you know something about. Build something that you're passionate about. Build something that you're an expert in. Let me give you an example. If you are going to work on a project and you're going to build software for doctors, but you don't know anything about doctors, if you don't know anything about pharmaceutical stuff, but you're trying to build a pharmaceutical app, you're going to have a super hard time because you know nothing about that, because you have to learn everything about pharmaceuticals before you can build the Pokemon app. Build an app that lists out all the Pokemon, allows you to filter out the Pokemons, maybe allows you to add some pictures and stuff, allows you to track them, whatever that is, because you know Pokemon's real world. You're a subject matter expert of it. You play those games, right? That is a good example. If you exercise a lot, build an exercise app that allows you to track your exercise. Why? Because you know that workflow. That means that you don't have to think about how to build this app anymore, because you know what you are looking for, because you're an expert of that, right? So when you try to build things and you're starting out as a new developer, don't try to conquer Rome in one day. Rome was not conquered in one day. Build what you know. So take a look at your life and think about the things you like to do. If you're a music person, build a thing that tracks all your favorite artists, and maybe you have your favorite songs for the artists and their favorite records and what the years they were produced and stuff. And maybe that's what you throw in your app. That is like that's what I recommend is when you build stuff that you already understand, and that's going to help you basically solve those problems if you're trying to figure out like what you want to do. But let's see here. You need 2 collections. It's a full stack project, so I need 2 collections, and with it, and to make a CRUD, and I have no idea the design of that. 2 collections of data. So let's see here. I'm trying to read the question here. So I need 2 collections and to make a CRUD. And I have, so CRUD stands for those that understand database terms, that stands for create, read, update, and delete. That is just your common REST API, right? A REST API, you're going to be able to make something. You can then read it back from the database. You can update it, and you can delete it. That's normal relationship database or even document database stuff. I have no idea the design. I'm going to go, the idea behind the project. Can somebody help me with the idea? All right. If you're looking for another idea, here's the thing that you can do that always wins is a project task system. You have a project. Inside of a project, you have a bunch of tasks. One of your collections is project. The other one, tasks. You have a project. Inside that project, you live a bunch of tasks. So you just link the projects using a key. So you'd say for inside of the tasks, you would basically say, I have a key, link it to which project it is. Now you have 2 collections of information. One is a project, one's a task. You use a key to link those 2 things, and you have the ability now to do that. You do an index on the key of the project and the index on the task. You make those 2 keys, and you can join those together. And if you're using Couchbase, you can just use SQL to do that because Couchbase is SQL compatible. So basically, I need authentication or user collection. That's going to be one of the guesses, and then I have the main collection. Basically, I need authentication or user collection. That's going to be the one, I guess, and then I need to maintain the collection. Well, if you're looking for that, 1 second here. Matt Groves. He's not on the stream right now because I know he's sleeping because he lives in Ohio. He does a stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays at, I think it's 8 a.m. Eastern time. He is streaming this kind of stuff, actually, and he's building APIs with it. Let me, you're an Angular guy, so you know Node. So let me just do this real quick here. Actually, let me just do this on the stream here. I've got my trusty laptop open here. Let me send you something if you want to look at and see an example here. I'm going to go to github.com, and from github.com I'm going to go into Couchbase examples. This is a repository of all the examples we have out there in the world for how to do things in Couchbase, and one of these we have out there is Node.js, and if we look for Node.js, there is the quick start. This does a user profile and save stuff. And yes, Nickel is the SQL language that we use. Give me a second here. Why is this not copying into chat? My universal control is not working tonight, folks. It's not allowing me to copy this. Let me call this up over here then instead, and I'll get you a link to that real quick here. GitHub.com. I'm going to go back to the Couchbase examples. From here, I'm going to do this real quick. I'm going to go find that Node.js. And let me just go Node.js quick start. And this is where you want to start, my friend. You can use either or. Theoretically speaking, you're supposed to use CE if you don't have an enterprise license, right? That's a license agreement thing. There's very few feature differences between enterprise, for learners, between enterprise edition and standard edition, or community edition, excuse me. And that's up to you. You in a node package, you'd basically, or in the Docker image that you'd build that based on whatever documents you want. No, Community Edition works. Both those work. The SDK doesn't care about what version of the of edition you're using. So the Node SDK basically just says, "I'll go talk to it," and behind the scenes, it's just a C wrapper, and it just talks to the APIs instead of Couchbase Server or CoPilot. So it doesn't care what version you're really using. Couchbase Lite is totally different. So this is Couchbase Server versus, so the question came from chat was for Angular. Now, if you're using Angular, then you want to walk over to the world of Couchbase Server, right? So then you're going to want to look at that Node example I just sent you, because that's a JavaScript example, and Node's just a JavaScript framework. There's license issues with the CE edition. I fully admit that. I don't know what they are. I just know that the community edition is basically what they base EE on, but that's a server edition, not mobile. Mobile Couchbase Lite's there's some confusion here. So just so you understand, Couchbase Lite is an embedded database. Couchbase Server is a server thing that runs on the cloud. I'm an expert at Couchbase Lite, not Couchbase Server. I do Couchbase Server, but there's a lot of things I don't know about it because that's not my focus. I'm the mobile guy here. I don't talk to lawyers. No, I'm a developer advocate, right? I can just tell you that community edition's out there, but if you're legally, what I can tell you and know is that to use enterprise edition, you have to have a license. That's in the agreement when you download the server bits. It tells you, hey, you're supposed to have a license. You're supposed to pay for this, right? That's the pay for version. And it has a couple features that's why you pay for it. Things like field level encryption, those kind of things. But community edition, you can run, you can just grab the Docker image and run it, and there's no cost to that whatsoever. The mobile stuff is absolutely complicated, right? There is the community editions is a little bit different because of the fact that some of the parts of the core, how they build is they have several different libraries they build together, several different repos that come together and stack up to make it what it is, right? It's not just one repo, it's many different repos. The engine for Fleece is totally separate from the Couchbase Lite bits, and then there's the platform bits for each one of the platforms. Those are wrappers around the main SDK, which is C-based. So it's enterprise software that we're trying to build out SDKs. It's never going to be easy. It's just not, because you're trying to serve all these different platforms. And you're trying to make it where you can do that with the minimum amount of code. So behind the scenes, Couchbase Lite is a C or C++ based, SDK that then has wrappers around Swift and Kotlin to give you the syntax sugar for those languages you're looking for. But the hardcore stuff of Fleece and stuff is still written in C as a language. And so to build it is really hard. You have to know how to build it. And it's, the SDK team knows that, and a couple other people. The SRE team really is the people that know how to build it. I think most of the SDK team can build it, but they usually require the SRE team as part of the build process. Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you probably know Jim. Jim is the primary developer that worked on the Visual Studio extension for Couchbase Lite. Jim's pretty cool. I think Jim's a .NET guy. He's really smart at .NET. Does just tons of stuff with .NET. And super cool guy. So Jim knows more about that than me. Because that's what he kind of works on and stuff. I'm the two things I know is the mobile platforms, like specifically Swift, .NET, and Android, and then our cloud product. Do you know about the full stack workflow? Do you start from the back end, or do you start with the front end part? How about drawing the data in the front and then trying to serve it to the back? This way is pretty much what you need to know in your flow of your logic. Do you start with the back end or front end? Okay, it depends, really, right? And it depends on what I'm trying to build. Let's take Airbnb, for example. Airbnb, where's their website? They don't have one. It's a mobile app. Airbnb is one of the new generations of things where they have just a mobile app. And there really isn't a great website for them, right? And they put all their eggs in the mobile basket. So that's a modern app where it's mobile first. And so the answer, though, is that they could do some UI stuff, don't get me wrong, right? And they can mock out the UI with data, right? So we could absolutely take a UI, mock it out, and have mock services that mock out the UI and stuff. But then eventually you're going to need data somewhere, and that's going to be your backend. You're eventually going to have to build those APIs. And so that's going to be the problem, right? You need a backend eventually. So if you're going to build your front end, you can build your front up to a point with mock APIs, but eventually you need the real APIs in order to do that. So some people believe that API first is the way to go, where you build your APIs, you stub those out. Once your APIs are done, then you build your UI on top of those APIs. That's one way to go. Another way to go is do your mobile first, and then you build your APIs around what your mobile or your front end needs, right? If your APIs are only to serve a front end, then your APIs better support the front end, and they should be designed in a way that works with your front end. It just comes down to what problem or how's your company organized to work. If you're a primary data focused company and then you're going to build your front end to meet the requirements of the back end, then do it that way. But if you're a heavy user experience and you're building your front end, and your front end is going to dictate how your back end is going to be built, then build your front end first, get some mocks, and then use that to design your APIs and how your data needs to be structured. This just comes down to the concept of what are you trying to do, right? And how does your team best work? I've seen people do it both ways, and it can be done either way. You could do back end or front end. When I'm doing mobile projects and it's primary mobile only, then obviously I do mobile first and I do the back end afterward. But if this is a big enterprise application, like some of the places I've worked in the past, like EY, we've almost always done API first. We look at the UI, we look at mockups done in Figma or Sketch. We look at those UI mockups, and then based on those UI mockups, we come up with a data model we think meets those. We then take a look at what it would take to support that data model, and then we start having architects look at like what engine would even be serving that, because we don't always pick, like in enterprise development, you always pick the same engine for everything. That's just not everything's built to serve everything, right? There's certain things that are better than others, and so that's just the way it works in enterprise development. So then usually you pick your database engine. Then once you pick your database engine, then that would dictate like how you're going to build your services around that. Let's see here. I am the Frank. Look into the example here. Node, colon, insert, blah, blah, blah. Frank, you mentioned comments to use that your endpoint, not your main cluster, and you have to always have the sync. I didn't see that. I didn't see where there was, I didn't see where there was a talk about sync gateway at all here. Sorry, I must have missed that in chat. Hey, all right, Mono. Sorry, Mono already left, and it looks like CoPilot already left also. Sorry, folks, I missed that in chat. We've got a lot of things going on here in chat. Cool. Let's see here. So I hope that answered your question for the full stack workflow. Do you start from the back end and front end? It really just depends, on the company and culture and style. If you're just doing this yourself, your UI has to conform to your backend, right? And your backend has to conform to your UI. So if you're trying to make a front end, I recommend understand what your front end's going to be. And then your front end's probably going to dictate what you're going to store in the back end. And then by doing that, you know what to build your API around. And you're guaranteed that your API isn't missing something that your front end needs. Because that's usually what happens with the front end engineers, is that they go to build something, they go to build this web page, and they go to the back end API, go, we don't have that data. We're told that we need to save the person's middle initial, but the API doesn't support middle initial. Well, how am I supposed to save this? And the backend team goes, oh, I'm sorry, we forgot that. We need to go add that to the REST API, so now you can do it. If your primary focus on front end, if your primary focus is that, then usually front end, if you can dictate that out, that'll help you figure out what your API backend needs to be. And you always can get your front end, like I said, up and running with mocks. Let's see here. Man, it is almost 2 a.m., so I've got to run here pretty quick here, because it is getting pretty late here in Alabama time, and I have to get up super early in the morning to help my wife with the garden. Man, I want to appreciate everybody, first timers and stuff on the stream. And I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody that's joining in, having conversations and stuff. Super cool to meet all of you guys. And appreciate it. I'm going to look and see if there's anybody on the live streams on Dev Club to raid. I don't see anybody. Let me go on Twitch and see who's around to raid. And we'll see if we can do a raid here real quick. Let's see here. If anybody I follow, developer-wise, is on TV. Let's see here. Let's see who is currently out there. I don't really see anybody to raid. We're going to see all my buds are offline. I don't have a single person that I watch for development that's currently coding out there right now. That is a bummer. Hey, Paperclip. Awesome. First time on a stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Well, man, computer science is the future. Hey, people go follow Paperclip. And you should get into it. It's awesome. It's the most rewarding thing in the world. Let me tell you, nothing makes me feel better than when I build a mobile app and I just go show people. I'm like, hey man, this thing's in my pocket. I can show anybody the mobile stuff that I build. And that's super awesome. And that's really when Steve Jobs announced the iPhone in like 2008 or 2007, whichever year it was. I was already been in development for well over 10 or 12 years. And I was doing a lot of web stuff. And I just looked at it and went, that's the future. I can literally take this device in my hand, in my pocket, and show people stuff and interact with people that way. It's a whole different way of thinking. There's a certain set of endorphins you get from that pleasure system of when you get something working and you're super proud. You look at it and go, man, that thing just worked and it was awesome. Software development is a bunch of highs and a bunch of lows. You're going to have a point where your code doesn't work, and then you're going to be really upset, and you're trying to figure it out, and you're trying to, hash through it. You're reading documentation. You're talking to friends about it. You're talking to co-employees about it, trying to figure out, like, how do you solve this bug in the system? That part can be frustrating. But, it's kind of like theater. There's highs and lows. There's a happy face and the sad face. The happy faces are almost always more than the sad faces in the sense of the way they make you feel. Software development is just something that I can just tell you is a passion of mine. I've had as a hobby since I was about 10, and I love it. I think it's a great thing. I feel considerably grateful that my career path I picked, I actually like what I do in the sense that I will code when I'm not working just to keep my skills up or just to do cool side projects and those kind of things. That's what's really cool about software development. I truly believe that. I've got on the desk over there, an old Apple II computer that I just recently bought Facebook Marketplace. And eventually here, I'm going to get that hooked up in a stream, and I'm going to do some assembly programming on the 6502 processor. Because I can remember from my days in high school, that was one of my favorite times of programming, is on the old Apple IIe, writing some assembler and getting games working and getting a bunch of animation stuff working in high-res mode, which I remember being super difficult. And that was like one of the funnest times I can remember being in high school. Of all the things I can remember high school, I wrote a program that took me about 4 months in assembly, and it was super awesome. And I remember my teacher saying, oh, that's pretty impressive. And I was like, pretty impressive? That's it? I worked 4 months on this, but I got it then. Went, okay, this computer science thing is pretty cool. And I got the bug, and then it kind of continued with me for the rest of my life. I've never written compilers before. I've taken a compiler class before. I understand the concepts of it. We had to write some pretty simple stuff. I also took a OS design class where we had to write like a very simple file system and a very simple kernel. That's where my nickname Biosdog comes from. If you look at my username on other platforms like YouTube, it comes from that actually. I usually don't get into that deep level stuff. I'm getting old enough now where I manage a lot of developers, and then I do a lot of stuff on mobile. That's my two passions, is either trying to help developers get product shipped, or going through and helping developers learn, or even just hang out and talk to developers about like what's new going out there in the community. I'm a big fan of mobile development. I do Kotlin, Swift, and .NET primarily. I do some Flutter also on the side. I'd say I'm probably newest to Flutter. I've only done a couple things with Flutter, but it's okay. It's got its pros and cons to it. Primarily native guy. Primarily prefer SwiftUI and right now in Jetpack Compose. They're both pretty great. Can I give you some comments of your portfolio website that you're building on Nullify? Well, one, Nullify is a pretty great service because it's pretty basic. It gives you the ability to build out there. Let me see here. Let me bring up your site so everybody in chat can see that real quick here. Let's see here. Here's your website. Let's see. You're a front-end developer. You got your LinkedIn links. So you got yourself on social. You're talking about the tech stacks you have. Those are always good. You got some certificates that you're kind of talking about. Your passion dedicated. So this is a single-page application. You've got the theory of a scroll, navigation scroll that you're constantly feeding new information on. This is a very modern-looking website, so that's pretty good. You got some projects that you worked on. Those are always good to have. You have some apps that you've done, some to-do apps and stuff. It looks like you have the view the app where you can even browse the code. All right, if you were interviewing with me, this is the first thing I do. I look at your website. It's pretty good. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a spec on it. I'm going to see how many errors are in the console. I'm going to see you've got a server 404 on this to start with, right? So first thing I'm going to ask you is, why do you got a server 404 on this? It's your fave icon. Okay. You should know that your fave icon just means that the web server is missing that icon. So the icon that comes up here by the key is missing. But I ask you if you knew why that was happening. That'd probably be the very first thing, because I figure you probably coded this, and just see whether or not you knew that that was the answer to it. That's the first thing I'd look at. And usually websites will have tons of console errors, and then I start going through the console errors and have a conversation with you about it, because you built this, right? But really what I'm going to do is I'm going to go look at your GitHub, and I'm going to look at what you have out there. So it looks like you've got 11 repositories in total. And in those repositories, I'd start looking at what's the newest one you've worked on. I'd try to go say, okay, 4 days ago, this is this dance guide full stack. And I'd start looking at the code, and I would prepare like an interview and start asking questions about it. That's if you interviewed for a position here, that's what I'd literally do, is start looking at your source code. I'd go through, view a couple different things. I'd go through, make some notes on it, go through and say, oh, they did this good. They did this probably. I'm curious why they did it a certain way. And I'd usually ask you like how you learned how to do it. And I try to figure out like, how are you learning? So one of the things people are looking for, let's see here. We have another link in chat here. Web dev, copy in. We've got a great some advice here from Frank here to pop your website into here, and then it'll give you some ideas. There's also light something. The code ranking for your accessibility of your website and stuff. You probably also want to do this, and you will see here this is going through and testing on mobile versus desktop. Insights, page speed insights. There's also, is it called Lighthouse? Is it? That's what I'm trying to think of. It's 2 a.m. I'm having a brain fart here to thinking about it. But there's a test framework out there that you can go through and see from an accessibility standpoint what your website ranks at. Lighthouse. Thank you, Frank. You also want to run a Lighthouse on your website. Absolutely. That's something that pretty much everybody's going to do. You can see here from a performance and accessibility standpoint, you're about 75 and 81. You want to get these into the 90s. You'll see here that these are how the performance is calculated. You'll see your big pain points of like what things are loading fast and slow, and it'll give you a bunch of different suggestions on how to make that website better. Here's the thing I could tell you about when you're interviewing for companies. One of the biggest pieces of advice I can give is that I am looking for how somebody learns. I want to see what you currently know, but honestly, what you currently know is going to be out of date pretty quickly. Things are constantly changing in the world, right? React comes out with a new version every year or every couple of years. Like React 18 changed the way that we attach to the root node. That's an example of a change in React, right? And if you're on React 17, you've never done 18 before, you wouldn't know that. Well, that's something you're going to have to learn. And it doesn't matter when you interview, when React 19 comes out, there'll be something else you're going to have to learn. So really, what you know is only going to get you so far. It's really about how you learn. And usually when I interview people, I'm looking for both. I'm trying to figure out what you know currently right now, because does that meet the team's requirements? If you're a React developer, do you have the core basics out there? If you are, then that's pretty good, right? And then the theory is, then how do you learn? I'm trying to figure out like, how is it that you're learning? So, and so Frank's saying here, he learns by reverse engineering for 34 years, right? And that's one way of absolutely doing it, right? So one of the things that you want to be able to do is communicate maybe like a little bit about that on your website, of explaining like, here are the frameworks and experiences that I have, but these are the things that, this is how I'm going about my process, right? And maybe even have some YouTube videos where you even link out and try to describe that experience to people. Those are some interesting ways I've seen new people doing it when we have take a look at interviews. I think the days of the resume are almost over. The LinkedIn has taken over resumes, so I think that it's good to have this, but also having that LinkedIn link is probably far more important because people are going to be looking at that LinkedIn. But really, LinkedIn only tells part of the story. I think really your GitHub is a great start. I mean, that's first of all right there. That's top notch. I recommend if you're going to pick a framework, pick one and get good at it. If you want to be a React developer, do some React stuff. Get plenty of stuff out there in front of the person that is React. Be able to talk to React smarter. If you're going to do Angular, do Angular. And if you're saying, well, I don't know which framework to learn, well, learn the one that people are hiring for in your area that you want to go work. If you're living in your country, go look and see in your city what people are posting jobs for. If they're posting jobs for React developers, learn React. Get a lot of React examples out there and be able to answer questions about like how do effects work? What are if I I'm trying to think of a good example here to ask though. Maybe if I ask the difference between like, in React 16, we used to do things based on class components, but now in React 17 and 18, we have effects and hooks. Describe to me what the difference is between these two and which one do you prefer? That's something I may ask you, right? GitHub's so hard to judge. So people, because you can just take code from somebody, right? GitHub to me is a good way for me as an interviewer to interview somebody, ask them why they built something a certain way. That's why I like my GitHub. It's more for that than anything else. It's more about those conversation pieces of like whether or not you can do that coding or not. That the second link from Frank here. Let me see if that works or not. Let me see here. Bring this link up also here. Take a look at this real quick. Hi, my name is Frank, and so you can see here, Frank's got an MD file that he's got through and says the kind of things that he's working on. Loves to build things, run things faster. He's got a lot of information here. Goes through and gives it. This is pretty good. This is pretty neat here, man. PouchDB. Yeah, PouchDB. Okay, look at this. That's the PouchDB is a pretty interesting database. Technically speaking, compatible with Sync Gateway. We don't support it, but if you're doing JavaScript and you want to do some stuff with offline, that's the route to go. I have only done one example in it before. I'm not an expert on it at all, but I know it exists. I know that what the docs are to like learn how to do that if I needed to. Frank, share with the community anything you have. But folks, I do have to get running here pretty quick here. I know that it's super late. It's like past 2 a.m. and my wife's going to probably kill me at this point in time because I have to get up super early and work on the garden. So I'm going to end the stream for tonight. I was looking for someone to raid, but I don't see anybody online to raid, and I'm so sorry about that. Normally the other crew are out there doing it, but I just don't see them out there right now. So I'm probably just going to end the stream with this. I'll be back on Sunday night. It's Sunday night. It's Central Time. I think it's going to be about 9 p.m. Central until 11. And that is where you can find me if you want to see me next. I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. The schedule is on Twitch. Go ahead and follow if you want. And I hope everybody else out there has a great time. If you're in the U.S., you're enjoying your holiday weekend, please go out there and enjoy it.